like it's the first time you've ever drank coffee. Feel it with your whole body. Uh, and I'm trying to say that like that brings out a level of intelligence which wasn't there before, which is like which is what addiction is. And if you have that heightened state of awareness or whatever, if you're actually experiencing in this way, there's no such thing as addiction at all. It breaks it entirely. But I'm also saying that we don't want to do that, and I'm repeating myself again. Instead, we want, somebody to tell us what to do, right? And feel comfortable and, take our time and, follow a path which will lead us somewhere. And, eventually I'll be able to get rid of this. Not immediately, not instantly. Hell no, not instantly. Because I need time, right?
Well, yeah, I just think in terms of mainstream psychiatry and psychology, they really don't give people a very good solution at the end of the day. People that suffer from these things, addictions as well, all kinds of different challenges that people have. And the mainstream, yeah, those pharmaceutical drugs are really never going to get to the root of the issue. It's only going to buffer the symptoms at best, and at worst, poison your body more and even damage your brain and your body. And they really don't have very many like tools available to people. Beyond that, it's pretty sad. I mean, you can find more like alternative types of things, of course, as it were, alternative to the mainstream. But of course, like insurance is not going to cover all those, and it's just unfortunate that as a society we don't have the knowledge and understanding that people actually can heal and resolve these psychological sufferings and conditions they're in, instead of just being diagnosed and given a label and then being offered these pharmaceutical drugs, which is just never a solution. So yeah, I think it'd be amazing to see how much the world could change if we reintegrated these tools to actually help people resolve these conditions on a deep level, and permanent resolution too, that doesn't require drugs or anything. And if that was like freely available to people, how much people would, because it is hard work. Like it's not easy. It's not just take a pill and it does it for you. Like it's hard work. You have to face these things within yourself. But people are always like better off, so much better off afterwards, and they're suffering so much that people are willing to want to do what is needed, as it were, to like face them. I think people are strong ultimately, and if they're given the right tools, we could see a completely different world if people had the ability to actually heal and resolve these psychological conditions they're in, because that's usually what's driving like people that are doing crime or people that are hurting other people. Usually their suffering is really the core of it, the root of it.
That's true. That is absolutely true, and it would be a different world, but it wouldn't be a different world in the sense that it would change the fact that they could do this at any time. That is still a truth. And if you think that that's impossible and that it needs this, then that's where I disagree.
Well, everybody has their own journey and their own process and their own what they choose to do in their lives and everything else. But okay, well, I'm talking about this as a way that has been like shown for even in our modern times. I mean, just decades upon decades, and just so many people doing this work, to where the evidence is clearly there that the benefit, as it were, the resolution. Now, if you're talking about a way of doing it in a different way that doesn't involve any of those techniques or tools that I'm referring to, then what would like how would you lay out what you're describing? Like someone would just change spontaneously, you mean? Because yeah, I mean that can happen. Yeah, people do have conditions resolve. Like yeah, sometimes spontaneously or maybe after a powerful dream. I mean, there's different types of experiences people have had, but generally when someone has like a very deeply rooted um, condition of some sort, like of a psychological or emotional nature, it generally is the case that you know in their kind of ordinary life, they're not able to resolve it. So offering them some way of actually like a tool to be able to kind of access it is often what's required for people to get to the root of their condition.
Yeah, yeah. I can imagine certain circumstances where what I'm saying is just not feasible, and it would be, what different methods would help guide or make whatever my opinion or my view is feasible. But I
Well, I
mean,
mean, yeah, there's like talk therapy. I mean, there's other. I mean, I'm just trying to think. Like, I mean, well, there's like behavioral, cognitive type therapies. So, like in some cases, like if somebody like changes their behavior, but it's tough, yeah, for a lot of people, and that doesn't always resolve it. Also, sometimes like if someone has like deep anxiety, um, there can be like something that's like physical, like on a cellular like physical level, that needs to actually be released as well. But I mean, everybody's different for sure, and I mean, yeah, there are people that have like, 'cause, there's obviously like millions of like self-help books out there basically. And generally the kind of common thing is you read all these self-help books and they don't really help you. That's kind of the common thing, but that's not always true. There's totally wisdom and knowledge and things in those books that are good too. But I'm just saying that's the mainstream view. But at the same time, there is kind of something to like, if somebody has like a lot of deep, issues, then reading a bunch of books usually doesn't, and that would be considered kind of a sober thing, as you were saying, if you're trying to keep it to the most ordinary state of mind, like not using like breath work or meditation or plants or
well,
anything to
well,
enter
no,
kind of a
I
different state.
include. I'm not against breath work or meditation. I'm just instead of meditation as a technique, I wonder, why isn't meditation everything, right? I mean, and why isn't breath work as natural as paying as like having awareness and being, in a calm state where you're not troubled by all the your wife nagging you and having to go to work and everything. But I mean, we're in this complex society and there's no turning away from that. But you
Well,
know unfolding like this, what comes from, I don't know, a deeper intelligence that takes a certain person that's capable of doing it. It's not somebody who's I don't know.
I would
I
say
guess.
like with like in general, like if someone were to choose to work with like a plant medicine, like one of the really high octave ones, like peyote or ayahuasca, or iboga, which is a root bark from Africa. If they were to choose to do that, like there's especially if they're going to do a strong enough dose, it's like going to absolutely they're going to have the experience. It's in whatever experience they're going to have, it's definitely going to be a rich type experience. As long as they're doing it correctly and the right dosage, etc. The thing about meditation is that you can get there on meditation, but meditation is it takes a lot of skill to get your brainwave into those very deep states, and sometimes years or even arguably as it were lifetimes worth of practice to really be able to harness the mind to like get into that state. So it tends to be harder for most people to do. And if someone has like anxiety or an addiction or whatever it may be, it's not that meditation couldn't help them. It very well may.
That's
But
what I.
if they
Yeah.
have like if they have a lot of like material in their unconscious, like traumas and various things, it's generally seen as like a slower road to kind of do the meditation. Although if they're really good at it, then yeah, they could maybe go really deep and have some deep healing.
That's not what I'm talking about as meditation. I'm not talking about control at all, right? And like, I don't think I know meditation has to do with like, controlling yourself, controlling your thoughts, or not suppressing, but whatever it is, getting into a state of meditation. That's not it in my vocabulary as meditation. Really,
Okay, well,
like,
just to be clear though, that's not what I'm referring to at all either.
okay,
I'm not
all right.
talking about focusing on anything. I'm talking about, well, there's different ways of doing
I'm
it,
just
but
all that I'm talking about
it
is
has
like
to do with entering. Hold on, it
yeah.
has to do with entering a brainwave state that would allow you to have access to the unconscious. That's what I'm referring to.
Gotcha. That might happen. That might happen. I'm not saying that it should or that it will, but that might happen. But really, like what I'm first starting with is just not controlling, right? And our control it comes in so many different ways, like in forms of an anxiety for one, or forms of wanting to shut off, right? Wanting to suppress, wanting just to repeat, some good feeling that we've had in the past. Um, uh, that comes through habits, addictions, trying to be unconscious, essentially, and all of that is a form of control. But just seeing something, and I know I've used the phrase like seeing something like it's for the first time or whatever. I don't mean to overdo that, but seeing something, without telling it what it is, right? That is within the essence of the correct essence of what it is to see clearly, right? Otherwise, you're translating something, right? But seeing something without telling it what it is, it goes beyond all anxiety because it's beyond it. And doing that, I feel like it does. We're not taught this in school. We're not taught how to do this. Even like the schools of meditation and all this kind of stuff, all the methods, that are practiced, they're there because I don't know. I don't think they come through in the right light. But for somebody who suffers from anxiety, seeing that without controlling it, without trying to tell it what it is, letting the anxiety tell that person what it is, right? Letting it flower, letting it unfold itself, is that beautiful word that you use, catharsis. Um,
Yeah,
you
there's a
know,
lot of ways of doing meditation where you basically surrender and completely let go, and basically the opposite of controlling anything. Like you just watch your thoughts, let the thoughts come up, and just allow your mind to think in any way it wants, basically, and just kind of observe it. And then by doing that,
right?
what interestingly happens for a lot in this technique is that you just keep allowing every thought, just keep allowing it, and just going deeper and deeper into the moment. And eventually, you'll get to a place where you're not thinking at all, and you're not even having to control your mind. You're actually just in such a deep brainwave state that you are in such a stillness that there aren't any thoughts occurring, that you're in that much of a stillness. By letting all the thoughts happen, it's like the last bubble kind of has,
Maybe,
came to the surface. And then once in this technique that I'm describing, once you're in that state, then you can go deeper and deeper because you're the fact that you're not thinking allows for your brain to access like much deeper parts of your psyche, because it's like taking that surface thing and just quieting it to where it's just at a, like you're in the zone basically, to
maybe,
where
maybe. I don't know.
then like you can more readily experience deeper parts of yourself.
Maybe you're talking. I think for what's important to me is just that first part of seeing something that you are trying to get away from, right? That you're blocking, that you don't want to see. It's that is the most beautiful thing. What happens further down the line of that, and whether it is more beautiful and where it can lead, I don't know. But the most important thing is just that one step, not where what you're going to get out of it. Not
Yeah,
not
but
the idea
I'm
of
just saying,
of the
like
place that
as
you
an
can be,
overall,
right?
like I'm just saying as an overall, like let's say somebody comes into a clinic and they're like, they're in bad shape. They have depression, they have anxiety, whatever it may be. They're just in a rough place. What I'm just saying is that like if there was multiple tools to offer them, um, if they really want to actually resolve those conditions, um, like there are many different approaches, but there are certain tools that can be used that seem to be able to accelerate that at like
Right.
most potent rate that it can go. And if people really want relief from their suffering, then they may be willing to, you know, basically go deep and get to the core of it. And it's going to be harder to do that with meditation. Breath, I mean, it could be
I
though,
would
but
agree.
it's tough. The breath work is what's interesting about the breath work and the particular form I'm referring to is that
Hyperventilating, that's
if
what
you
you're
do it in
referring
a group,
to. I'm joking.
if you do it in a group, um,
Oh God.
with a lot of people, it tends to be way more potent. Whereas if you do it on your own, it can still be potent, but it's not as potent. So something interesting about doing it, like I've done ones with like 200 people in the same room. It's absolutely lit. Like the energy,
Yeah, I
you
could
hardly even
imagine.
have to breathe. It's like amazing. Like you
That's
just breathe a
crazy.
little and you're just lit. Like you're there. It's awesome.
Right.
But if you do it like 20, 30 people, it's still really powerful. But 200 is like off the charts. It was in this huge room. But anyways, so the breath work does seem to be way better when done in, in unison, as it were. Or you don't have to breathe the same way as the other
Not
people,
for
but just
everyone though, but
in the
it might
same
be too
space,
lit, you know.
as others tends to make it more potent. But
Right.
you can do it on your own though. But yeah, so
But
that's that.
imagine somebody who's like having a little trouble mentally or whatever they are, you know, and like they're there and they're kind of aloof, you know. Maybe they have, I don't know, whatever they have going on in their head, but like uh, they're autistic or something, right? They're doing this breath work with you. Well, it's a bad example because it might be just fine, but
Well, people that do this, they're warriors. I mean, they're willing to go deep, and everyone respects each other. It's a beautiful thing.
sure, it is
Everyone like supports each other to be
it
like,
is.
brave, and it's like everyone's being very brave and courageous to even go deep into the psyche like this. And it really, so everyone's very like supportive and when done in a group like that. But
Okay, fair enough. But I'm imagining somebody there that's not so brave, you know, that doesn't have this exact, you know, friendship or capacity, you know, and they're there along with all these people that are breathing very deeply around them, and they feel the litness, you know, of the surrounding environment. But like,
yeah,
but
oh yeah,
really,
it's
you
high
know, it's like
vibration, dude.
they,
It's high
they might be a
vibration.
little bit outside of the they get the resonant vibes from it, but they're not, you know, it's just not for them, you know. It's like, I don't know, man.
Well, there are some people that come to those retreats and whatnot, and yeah, they may be a little more timid or shy. So maybe during the actual session, they might just breathe lightly or take it slow or something. And it is more controllable. That's another benefit about it. So once you start to do the deep breathing, eventually you'll enter the state. But if you want to stop it, you can just stop breathing and then it'll wear away, within like 10, 20 minutes. Whereas if you're on like a plant, like you consumed a plant or you took a plant medicine of some sort, you really can't stop it, in general. I mean, that's a difference. Like the plant, if you consume a plant, especially like, let's say like peyote, if you do like a high dose of peyote, you're in for it. I mean, you better just be ready to lie down and look up at the stars. I mean, you're going to be going deep, like in that sense. And you can't really like stop it per se. And there's not really any need to stop it. But some people do have like a hard time surrendering, or they have a lot of blocked emotions. And so
Right.
it's not to say that like, because peyote is a true medicine. So, I mean, it's not to say that that's like not advisable in their case, or just in theoretically, I'm saying, it's not to even say that it wouldn't be advisable, but at the same time,
You don't
uh,
recommend,
some
you
people
don't like
may,
tell
some people
somebody that
may
they
want
should
to
do
like
it.
ease in.
Yeah.
Some people may want to ease into their process. Other people may be ready to go deeper. It's just everyone's different. But the breath work is kind of a little bit more of a beginner, method, because you can stop it if you want, and it's somewhat like it's just a bit more good for.
Again, though, man, I have this angst in me, what I'm not trying to like, you know, bring out, but I am, you know, or it comes out, which is like, it still doesn't solve our problems, you know, like
What I'm
that
referring
collective.
to does solve psychological and emotional uh, conflicts. Yes, what I'm referring to is a pathway that many people. I mean, it's deep work though. It's not just some freebie thing. Like people are doing a lot of deep work, like healing things like sexual abuse, physical abuse, all kinds of different issues from their childhood, and processing deep things. And like I said, it's not just like one time fixes all or anything. For a lot of people, they have to do many sessions or whatever their journey may be. But yes, what I'm referring to has absolutely been shown without any question of a doubt to be able to resolve these conditions once people get to the root of them. Like I said, to the point to where they don't even fall into those DSM categories that they once were in. So in terms of solving those problems, yes, this type of work absolutely can do that and does that. Now, if you're talking about like problems in their life, like their marital problems or something, I mean, that's obviously
All of it, yeah.
it can't do that, except that stuff is likely rooted in their psychological stuff anyways.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying it helps.
I'm saying these tools that I'm referring to are methods to get to the root of the unconscious, to get to the root of the cause of whatever the problem is. And therefore, once that is resolved, then the condition resolves. So this is it's like a tools to get to the absolute root of, all of these different psychological and emotional types of, and spiritual conditions.
And it just so happens that there are a lot of roots that we need to get to. Is that the case? And there may be new plants may be springing up all the time, so we have to address those as well.
Well, from a lot of this work with people, what's been seen is that it seems like they kind of these things kind of come up in like clusters, so it might be like, for example, let's say somebody had a experience when they were a child of like near drowning in a pool, like they're under the water, they try to come up, there's a raft there, they feel like they're drowning, like a near drowning. Maybe they sucked in some water or something. So maybe that happened when they were 5 years old or something. And then maybe when they were in the birth canal, they had the umbilical cord wrapped around their neck. And so they might be in one of these sessions getting to the root of this stuff. And it's like comes in a cluster, like the connection of the near drowning experience when they were 5 years old then seems to connect to the birth memory of having the umbilical cord around the neck. And once they get to the root of all of that, they're able to, cleanse that whole blockage, like cleanse that trauma, that whole cluster that was connected to the near drowning and to the umbilical cord around the neck. And once that cluster is resolved, then the way that their ego will be balanced and will be then connected to, because they may have other layers of the onion, that might not be the only one, but that would be like a cluster. And then it does seem like these things kind of work their way through in layers and in clusters like that. And so, yeah, some people there can be multiple layers depending on what material they have. But as they continue the process, though, it seems like we all have like it's referred to as like the inner healer. Like we all seem to have some intelligence that like guides this process, and that's why it's referred to as the inner healer. And so through that process, it seems like we're brought what we need to like work through all those steps. So if somebody has like a deep like anxiety disorder, yeah, it could be like multiple clusters that they need to get to the root of. But as they go along the journey, they generally do have improvement between sessions. And then once they get to the core of it or the root of whatever cluster that's actually causing it, then they'll have the more completed and more full resolution.
What in your best, because it seems like you work with this type of stuff, and I maybe you don't, maybe you do, I don't know, but what's your understanding of the nature of these clusters? Like you said, drowning and put the connection of the idea of like the umbilical cord stuck around your neck, but like that can't be the nature of all of these clusters, right? I mean, in some certain aspect, let me just like describe something that may be of a similar nature, may not be, but like somebody was told by their parents when they were a kid, you're a very good cook, right? Because they were bullied in school or whatever, and like that was one thing that they were good at, right? And so they started identifying as like being a good cook, and that was that kept them held them along the way, right? And then somebody comes along out of their bully or whatever out of the blue and is like, hey buddy, you're a shit cook, and they're insulted by that, right? They're liable to like throw hands or whatever. And meanwhile, like the only reason why they're angry is because they identified as being a good cook, right? It takes two to tango in this situation, whereas like they could have just cooked good food, but instead, because of some hurt that they had, right? And because of what they were told in this certain situation, they identified and took value in the idea of being a good cook, which can be attacked, and is essentially a mistake, because you don't need to identify or think you're a good cook to actually cook good. So like, is that an example of a cluster? Could that be wrapped up so much that like somewhere later in life, this person has to go back and deal with that and get to the root of it? Because really, like, the root of why all these problems stem from this one thing was it it's such a general description. It has nothing to do with the specific circumstance of like you
Well,
and cooking and your parents. It all has to do with just like this process, this generic process of identification, doesn't it?
all right. Well, I was trying to follow that, but I think I get what you're saying. Okay. Well, that's not necessarily what I'm referring to. No, if someone had just said you were a good cook, no, not necessarily. I mean, I think the whole psyche though has all of its different components. So if someone was a good cook and somebody said they were a good cook, then it could be part of their ego or part of their process. But what I'm referring to, I mean, if we're talking about like healing, like psychosomatic and psychological, and emotional
Right. Right.
problems in that sense, generally when people are using these tools to access these states, if they're getting to the root of that stuff, I mean, they can have other experiences that are very blissful, or spiritual experiences, or that can be interwoven as well, or having like a love for themselves or others, like restoring, loving themselves instead of hating themselves. There's lots of different emotions and processes, but
Sure.
in terms of these clusters I'm referring to not necessarily just common memories of life. I'm referring to, usually these things are involved with trauma and with painful experiences, like fear, inability to breathe, like I said, with the drowning, some kind of fear of death. Often it has to
Gotcha.
do with like when some kind of like bodily integrity was threatened. So that could be like if like someone like had a physical injury. Usually when like bodily integrity is threatened, or maybe they cut themselves, different things when they were young or something like that. So like traumas like that, or like surgeries, major surgeries. Also like emotional traumas, like repeated abuse, let's say like physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, even like some of those were like starvation abuse, or like there's all kinds of deep, intense traumas that people have had. So when I'm talking about the clusters, it doesn't always, that people don't always have the super deep ones like that, but whatever, oh, if they have addiction problems, then maybe like where that addiction problem started, like the cluster of that, like is probably like emotion, maybe linked in shame and guilt, and then also the way they were treated, maybe physical abuse. There could be multiple layers, and so as those clusters, they're usually connected to that, like to painful material that's connected to like the threat of the bodily integrity, threat of breathing, sexual, physical abuse, all these things, to where that's what I'm referring to is like as people are working through those clusters, it seems to come up in those layers, and then it connects to like different times of their life, and then those clustering seem to happen in like layers of an onion, where it's like releasing more and more of it and going deeper on those parts of it. And like I said, it seems like we all have like an inner healer that kind of guides that process.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, I think that's very real. Um, it's something that's less tangible than the characterization that I gave it. But hmm, I guess my question is not what is healing it, because we'll leave that, unnamed. But
It's usually like the pent up emotions that are causing all the blockage of in the
right,
body, like the energetic blockage. So like if there's like a lot of fear or different things like some people that have like obsessive compulsive disorder, for example, there can be like a reservoir of emotions. That's the thing. Like mainstream medicine doesn't really educate us that we can actually heal from these things. Like they just tell us like, oh, that's your diagnosis. It's just a brain chemical imbalance and you just have this for life. Oh, here's our drugs, take our drugs. It's kind of sad that like people don't even know that whatever like these conditions people have, and a lot of people, people have, cutting themselves, hating themselves, eating disorders, anxiety disorders, depression, addictions, all these different things, and they are resolvable. Like the every human being has the capability within themselves to heal all of those conflicts and come to a state of balance and harmony and healing to where they don't even have those things at all anymore. And like I said, it's kind of unheard of in mainstream medicine because they don't even do that. They're not even in the business of that. But I'm just sharing this information about these tools because there are tools, um, even just using breath work, so just using our own breath, that can be employed and people can actually resolve these conditions, which is such a blessing for them because if you've either suffered with these things themselves or yourself or know others that have, really, really is a lot of suffering and pain, and that can really block people's lives and block their creativity, block their relationships. I mean, you know all this, of course, but I'm just saying, yeah, the implications are very far reaching.
I was quite surprised to see that they have a dedicated unit separate from the hospital, but it's dedicated unit for working with leeches for people that have serious wounds. And it's a big business. I think they charge like $3 a leech. That's what the hospital pays for the leeches, and for one treatment, you got to do like 3 to 5 times per day. No, spread out like over a couple of hours, and you do another. And each time they use like a handful of leeches. Like sometimes, depending on the size of the wound, they might use like 10 leeches. Like so, there's $30. Did you know they still use the leeches in modern hospitals today? That's quite, for me, it was mind blowing. Yeah.
that's outside of my scope. Are you kidding? What developed country do you live in?
In New Zealand, it's like, yeah, that's why I was surprised. Yeah.
It sounds like, yeah, bloodletting, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what they've been doing for thousands of years. But I had my blood taken for the first time a couple months ago, and I was surprised like how good I felt afterwards. I don't know, but
Yeah. Well, isn't it like removing toxins and letting your body make more clean blood to replace it? Yeah.
I'm not sure what the science is behind it. I know that that's still, more of the physical, treating an infection type of thing. We're talking about sort of the psychological areas, but man, that's interesting. They really have
Yeah,
lethal.
and I heard a story like if they leave the leeches on, sometimes they leave them on a little bit too long by, just because they get busy. The nurses get busy and these leeches explode, like they literally like they blow up and they just pop because they just can't stop sucking like a tick, And yeah, there's some stories about patients being covered in their own blood. Yeah.
That sounds like I mean, I want to make jokes, but it sounds like a cheap hospital. $3 a leech. That's it. Get
Yeah,
there.
well, you're using like 10 at a time and you do that 5 times a day. Yeah.
It's a crazy business there. I mean, it must help. I don't know.
Yeah. 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 You'd be pressed to get $3 for a garden worm, maybe $3 for a kilo. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. Modern leech therapy. That's crazy, man. Can't look at these anymore.
Is it really possible there's just many people in here who are talking?
Yeah, I just wanted to say on the live stream that I'm commenting that some people specifically enjoy badgering people by repeating their statements and then flip the tables, thereby accusing them of being triggered. A lot of people do that and then claim that they're being trolled. So that's a good topic, and I think it's worth unpacking. And when you satisfy the requests of the troll, then they claim that you're only doing it post hoc and then it's irrelevant and doesn't count, when in fact it does. It's not post hoc, it was pre hoc, and is absolutely relevant to the degree that cannot be measured. Thank you. Holy shit, Bitcoin crashed. Whoa. That bitch shit the bed. Is that the right one? BTC 2700. The formerly $35,000 price. Is that right? Nah. Must be some crazy fake news. That would be the craziest. Okay. So that's just a clickbait title. Bitcoin didn't really hit 2,700. It was just a one-time glitch that happened on some exchange. There you go. If you were curious.
Oh, look, everybody. Someone just left the live stream for everybody to take over. Nothing, really? Oh.
Wow. All right. Okay. Wait. What happened? Who goes there? Right. Yeah. That's when somebody leaves that sound happens. Gotcha. I think I think it's that, like, and it's no accomplishment really, but having been in this forum for a period of time exceeding, I don't know, I'm sure I could have gotten multiple doctorates in that time. Okay, maybe not doctorates, but multiple masters. Okay, maybe one doctorate and working on something else, but that's beside the point. The fact is, I'm able to recognize and categorize and itemize trollish behaviors, which can happen, which are a spectrum. The trollish behaviors happen between friends, right? But I can see beyond that. I can see that there's another very simple way that you can use to kind of like know if somebody has any kind of honest intentions about information, or whether they're just there to argue. And you know, it wouldn't take you that long to really, because you could deduce this probably without any previous training. There's a bug. What is that? I squashed a bug. But I like squashing bugs because they're pests, and pests just ruin a good time. So guess how that's how that works. Coffee. And I guess I'll try maybe and expand on the concept that the chat is supposed to follow the VC. The VC is why we all kind of gather here, to have the ability to talk with each other. Um, so it should be that the text channel sort of accompanies that and is maybe commenting on or about or not, or just in the general topic of what might be discussed here. It is not then mean that it is someone's personal gladiator area to try and be correct all the time. I don't think that it means that necessarily. But because there are, by nature, in this forum more Globers who will come in and just drop antagonistic, toxic statements. It creates its own environment where there are people who respond to toxic statements and just general attacks and just general criticisms on what we're talking about. So, I don't know, that's my 2 cents. Maybe that's not what Geo intends, but that's what I'm picking up. It's not a, or that this channel basically isn't a place to like air out personal garbage that, you know, creates this drama cycle, basically. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cookie, would you like to add anything to that?
Somebody's live. Nice.
That's good. That's a good statement. Yeah. But the other guy was saying something else. I don't think he's gone now.
Sorry. I'm
Anyway, yeah. How are you doing? I don't know.
alright. I'm just bored. It's 2 a.m. I'll check in here one more time before I go crash. Then I heard some music and I was like,
Oh, okay. You trying to just listen to something, or you figuring on just
I was
crashing out?
just gonna see if anybody was in here bullshitting. I was in here a couple
Oh, okay.
times and nobody was in here. Just talking. So just
Right,
chilling
I'm
out.
here to bullshit. I'm your Huckleberry, as they say.
Slap on. Slap on for you. I mean, I'll be up for. I was just on some guy show saying
Yeah.
a wake and bake show, and I'm like, okay, what are we gonna do?
Oh, the
We
Wake and Bake
chill
Show.
and stuff. You
We'll start that. That's our thing now. 5 a.m.
It's like I'm like, all right, whatever. And then I'm sitting there, and all he does the whole time that I'm in there, he's mumbling to himself about he's got to find this sound effect or something. And I'm like, I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm like, bro. And I text him on the thing, so I don't know if he can hear other people or somebody else is talking or what. It sounds like he's talking to somebody else. So I'm like, dude, are you still talking to me, bro? Because I don't even know what you're talking about. So I just say goodnight. Just like talking about sound effects or something on stream something. I don't know what it was. That's been messing with his adjustments on his live stream. Okay.
So he did not
He
have.
wouldn't like give me a straight answer.
Ah.
I was like, dude. Must have been having technical.
Yeah, you got to get your sound effects board straightened out before you start live streaming. I think that's the key.
I didn't know you needed one, but hey, that's me.
We all need one, you know.
I'm my own sound effect board.
Yeah, right. Are you? I wish I had that.
Yeah, sometimes.
Like Michael Winslow from Police Academy. I wish I had that kind of ability. That'd be great.
I'm not quite that good at it, of course, but I can. I do it, but most of the time it just irritates people. Like when I do it in here, and most of the time everybody gets mad because I take all the attention. I'm kidding. But yeah, sometimes people get irritated with me because I goof around and I do voices, and they're like, "Rookie, knock it off!" I'm like, "Dude, just give me a break, bro. I'm having fun here." It's like we're not, why take it seriously? Most of the time, we're talking to people that aren't listening to it.
Oh, you're also
might
Rookie,
as well have some
but
fun.
You're now Cookie.
Yeah, that's my.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, I deleted my old account. I wasn't going to come back to Discord, but I got convinced by a friend. So.
Okay. Well, this is recent.
Yeah. I just started it about a week ago or something.
Okay.
Everybody knows. Well, I wouldn't say everybody does. If you ask about anybody you know, if they know, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I know that guy. He never shows up." Something like that.
Yeah, I know you from here. Yeah.
Yeah, I've met you quite a few times. Yeah, we've talked.
Yep.
Never had a problem with you. Not yet. No, I'm just kidding. I get along with most people. Sometimes I get frustrated with people that like ramble on about stuff that in my mind it's like, dude, you can't prove any of that. Why even wish? Like I get frustrated. It's like you got to do something about this.
I like things that are at least on the edge of provable.
Yeah, I agree. Not just denial of
maybe
reality.
It could be possible to, yeah.
Yeah, the thing I hate the most is the just the anti-Earther, I should say, where they just don't know what they believe, and then when you ask them why they believe it, they always give you some kind of silly answer like, well, this person or that, and because I used to believe in this, and it's always something silly. It's like, can't you just answer the question and just be honest and say, well, look, I just decided that even though all the stuff does look another way, I'm just decided I'm going to leave it that way. I have respect for that. But why, it gets crazy when they deny everything except whenever it sounds like it's going to make them look good or make their argument sound good. But it's never like really even a debate. It's more like just me presenting, or someone presenting, what they saw or how they look at it. Like I go to the ocean, I see a flat surface, and, yeah, it seems to curl away from me, but I know that's parallax, and There's different things there's different phenomena. I mean, there's sun dogs, all kinds of weird things that go on up in the sky that we can't really explain. But
I find it's like there's something about that there are people who will defend the globe and then never actually have the consideration for anything else, and then they're basically just like still just fighting for that one thing. But the idea of it is really to be like, oh, there's a duality to all this,
Well, yeah, I would think the whole point of coming here is because you don't understand why someone else would believe something crazy like that. So you come in to find out why they believe it, and usually you leave with an answer, right? You either think, okay, these people probably maybe they've got some points, but I just think it's crazy. That might be your opinion, right? But most people that think that will just move on, right? They won't come back. But it
Right.
seems like some of these people, it's almost like they get paid or something. They just keep coming back, and all they do is argue about silly stuff. Or they tell you
Well,
you're silly, or they ask you for evidence. And it's like, I already told you what my evidence was. I said I went to the ocean and it looks flat to me. Like, convince me otherwise. That makes sense, right? I mean,
it's one of those like
You know?
pieces of evidence, right? Like this is like a whole big case, right? So we require multiple pieces of evidence because we can say like,
oh yeah,
there's
Well,
multiple
and
avenues,
there's so much
multiple
evidence.
theaters of which this sort of discussion occurs,
Right.
And so, but certain things would be, we'd say we have real, like tangible, like we're really there. So we would really have the perspective optically, and then we can see that has a variation in it too, right? So we could at least say that that's a real thing that we've done, But like, then to just have to also argue with planetary orbits and this kind of thing, like
Theological science. Yeah.
well,
I mean, I get why they bring it up. I mean,
well, while we can say
sometimes it is.
optically we see planets, right, or we see something that we call or the people call planets, right, but then to have to jump to there's actually like a physical reality where these enormous bodies are hurling around, like a central enormous body that's hurling around, you know what I mean? Like that's the extension that we're supposed to have to like. We can't really give that over in the conversation, you know what I mean? Like
No, even though they try. Yeah, they just try to center. I wish somebody would actually answer that. Honestly. I wish I could just get one person that actually was really just trying to figure out what's going on. You know what I mean? And understand why everybody's asking all these questions and why there's this big movement. They seem, you know what I mean? That's what I was thinking is like, I already knew, I was already told the earth was flat when I was really young, but I didn't really see any proof of it. I just thought it was going to be one of those things where the devil tricks us all and we'll never know, right? But then when I found out there was like so many obvious things like railroad tracks, all these things, I was like, wow, I really feel dumb that I didn't try harder, all these years. And then, I discovered, a lot of the, last 10 years or so, I've discovered all these people that know all these proofs and, all this stuff's gone crazy, right? And it's like, oh, this is awesome. But it's like, I don't think I ever really believed the planet thing. I mean, anybody who sees the moon landings in their entirety sit there and go, wait a minute, are you kidding me? Like, they did what? They filmed it by what? It doesn't make any sense. And I get it. Like, if they wanted, deniability or just in case they crash, they didn't want people to see that live. Really, they did it. They did that crappy of a job of it just for that reason. That seems silly to me, right? They could have put a time delay. That would have been plenty of, way. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy, but I mean, and who took the video of it landing on the moon if somebody hadn't been there already? Like there's just too many questions that just stick out, and they just go. I tell myself, I go, there's just no way that I can logically argue against it being anything but not a globe. You know what I mean? It's like I can't find anything that really matches up except for these crazy, like, sphere of visibility and all this crazy stuff. That kind of looks like it might, and even maybe refraction could explain a lot of the reason why we see the shape of the horizon the way we do, or way it bends away or whatever. But it's like nobody's
kind of
really
thinking of like
figured out.
like Einstein's quote of, and I'll just isolate it and just use it for myself, which is the
Nobody's ever seen it.
The idea of curvature is
You can't
the stubbornly persistent illusion.
Mhm.
It's a persistent illusion.
And then he makes
Like,
a
it's
comment
always going on to some
about them
degree.
rolling off into some blah blah blah. That's right. He talks about how they go off into these theories and they just get stuck in them and they can't, they forget science even exists. Or that's it. I think it was who was it? Tesla that probably said that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't.
Well,
mean to cut you
Tesla
off.
at least probably came up with his own quotes, but like with Einstein, you'd have to at least figure that half of them he stole from somebody else.
Yeah, ask you an honest question. Do you really think any of these people were nonsense? And if they did, do you really think they weren't just actors like everybody else is nowadays? Like, I find it hard to believe it. All these people with those weird names like Nostradamus and whatever the hell their names are, like it's just they just sound ridiculous. And then they always have these silly stories about how they, when they were children they played with balls or some, it's always some silly thing. It's like, George Washington cut the cherry tree down and Abe Lincoln never lied and all this other garbage. It's like you'd think we would have learned our lessons in grade school, right? Like when we went from kindergarten to first grade and they started teaching us a little bit different stuff and said, oh no, don't worry about that. That was for the younger kids. Now you're older now. You're special now. And they keep doing that every year. And it's like at some point I just went, you know what? You guys are all full of it. And I just don't believe any of you, like why would I want to learn all this stuff when you can't even explain to me why I need it? Like I've never seen anybody sit down and use algebra to figure out anything. I've seen people add fractions and things, but I've never seen anybody use like, variables, except for when they're doing like some kind of trigonometry or some kind of insane like cat drawing, cattle, you know what I mean, like AutoCAD drawing or something, and like I just find it irritating to me that like they were forcing me to learn all this crazy stuff that I didn't think I would ever need. It's like, and if I did need it, I can use a damn computer, like I don't understand why this, and they made me learn how to write in cursive, and they made me all these dumb things. I needed to know how to read and write. And I read really well when I first came to school. And I didn't spell very well, but other than that, I was pretty good, So it's like I felt like I already knew what they were teaching me. And I was mad at them because they were making me learn all this dumb stuff that didn't make sense to me. Like, I don't get it. How do you multiply 5 apples by 0 and get 0? I don't get it. You still have 5 apples, don't you? Like, none of it made sense to me. But
yeah.
I
think like myself, like I probably read much slow, probably 3 times or 4 times slower than I needed to, just for absorption purposes or just for the enjoyment of words sometimes. But that doesn't mean I don't like. Well, it would seem like that, but like also I'm real fast too. Like it's like I think
that's exactly what happened to me. They put me in special class because they thought I couldn't comprehend what I was reading, and it turned out that I was just reading too fast and I wasn't comprehending because I wasn't paying attention. It wasn't interesting. I was like, "This is a boring story." It's like Dick and Jane. It's like, dude, I'm so tired of these dumb stories. Like, come on, like give me something interesting. Like, there's a rooster flying. Yeah.
But it's just there's different levels of specificity that we can dial in. So like I don't know if I'm just like scanning.
I wanted to know like how do you mix chemicals and make something? How do you how do you make paint? Like I wanted to know the stuff that every kid wants to know. How to fix my VCR? Like all that kind of stuff. I didn't care about all those numbers and stuff. I just wanted to see how it worked.
If you're reading
I did it my way and I took it all apart.
But if you're reading fiction, it's like you want to take more time because it's like you're experiencing that moment through those words or whatever, you're kind of envisioning it.
And through your own imagination, yeah, sure.
If I'm trying to learn how to make
and your
paint,
subconscious
I'm glossary,
right? Yeah,
I'm just like scan. I'm ripping through that shit like Johnny Five. I'm like shoot. You know what I mean? Like I'm looking for keywords, and I'm just like
do it quickly.
Right, yeah, but there's a different aptitude that we can bring to it. It's just like they would tell you that there's only one way to read, or there's only one way to, be doing any amount of things.
I was really frustrated when I was on YouTube, and they were this lady was showing this way to do math where you could multiply like huge numbers and like divide them and multiply them, like, and you didn't even have to like write it down on you used just one little part of your paper. And you didn't even have to think about it. You just literally did this little trick with the numbers. And at the end, you came up with the answer. And it was always right. And I was like, and I did it. And I was like, wow, that was easy. Why didn't they teach me that in school? But no, they made me do it by having to write it out and write how I came up with the answer. And I get that. But like, how many times does a kid have to do that to convince your teacher that you get why the problem works, and what it's doing and what you can do with it, right? Like, it's like that they keep beating it into your head, but it's like, I already understand that. Why are we, Or like when you come back from summer, you know, like, and they try to teach you the same dumb stuff from last year. I'm like, what? Well, we got to review. I'm like, I don't need to review. I remember what the heck we learned last year. I mean, I may not remember every variable name and,
Right.
you know, all those special words and all that.
Yeah.
Come on, I'm not that dumb. You know, just forget everything in 3 months.
I hear you. Right, and then it becomes later. I think, yeah, like I failed algebra one at least once. Like at least once, maybe twice. Probably not twice.
You know, what I think slowed me down as a child was I was smart.
I failed geometry.
Did you?
And that was like the highest math that I took in high school. And then somewhere after I graduated, I become completely crazy about Fibonacci math, and I start getting into like all these like
that is an interesting subject. I can relate.
These inner cycles within the Fibonacci series and stuff, and I'm breaking through like where very few people research this even now or would have.
Okay, I have a question for you. Have you ever tied together the symbols on some of these old buildings like the Taj Mahal and ever wondered if those are frequencies being spelled out sometimes? Yeah, you know how they have symbols on those little towers, the little teardrop things? They're not just like, there's words written there too, what I'm saying. They have shapes and symbols on. I've seen a whole bunch of different buildings all over the world. Yeah. Like even some of these like castles and stuff that are left over. They have these weird shapes.
They're essentially like
patterns on them.
Like acoustic torus fields, sort of, somewhere.
Yeah. I'm thinking they might be frequencies, and that's what I think. Honestly, I know this sounds crazy, but I'm thinking that maybe a lot of these buildings that they built, they didn't make out of anything. They just used frequencies to make sand just turn into whatever they wanted. I mean, think about it. That's how God does it, right? He just basically speaks the words and things vibrate into place. I know that sounds like a simple way to explain something that's complicated, but isn't that kind of it's what it says he does, right? He speaks it into existence. So in reality, we're just a vibration in God's voice, right? We're in that wave, if you think about it. It's what splits ourselves in half and all that.
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
I know it sounds like a wild idea, but
it is. Yeah, but I do think you could develop like structure from observing like what something would do on a small scale, like what patterns might emerge if you're talking about whatever cymatic or Cialdini patterns, whatever.
Yeah, right.
Right. So like,
but I'm saying you have seen some of the demonstrations.
That's
where
really
they
like the
levitate
nature of little item. Like fracticality gets a little bit mishmashed in these types of topics. We say things are fractal, meaning like, but we think that means that they just go infinitely down and down, which is somewhat not really the case. It's just like that there's the operation of breaking the item up into a certain type of fragment, and then that fragment is then symmetrical to the next unit that we break up, so that we can keep doing that.
It's
so
fun
it's like,
too, especially when you do it in your garage.
Like even if you just take like a giant number and divide it by 2 in a systematic way, and then take each result and then divide that by 2 down, like you'll have like a tree of numbers. Essentially, this is a fractal like structure that you've created, but it's not like a Mendelbrot set. It's not like a Lucas series. It's not, you know what I mean? It doesn't look like these other things. So, but then Fibonacci is itself kind of fractal, but in a way that people don't really look at it, because it's like the number has infinite zeros to it, right? It'll just be as big as it ever wants to be,
Right.
And for each digit place, it has its own matrix code, its own domain that number really exists in, where that's like a lock tumbler, if you like for each digit place, that there's complexity starting from like the unit column. The ones column is going to be complexity 60, and it's gonna be uncountable, within, like, if you're talking like when you get into the billions, you know what I mean? It's just like impossibly huge how ginormous that'll be of a number set to deal with. But that's the cycle of numbers that will always occur. Like each one of these is a fixed thing, and that's what's cool about Fibonacci. Is like even though it seems really random, it's built on absolute locked order. You know. And
I'm wondering though.
Yeah,
I've heard that they've changed the tune of our musical instruments and even our like emulators, and that we're not really playing frequencies exactly like what they would have been if they hadn't tampered with it. I don't know how true that is, but have you heard about that? You know what I'm talking about? Where they supposedly like all music nowadays is on a different key than it was before.
okay, yeah, like the Verdi tunings for operatic compositions, or that's like 432 hertz or whatever, as opposed to like the
syncopation and all that. Yeah,
they're like
I don't know much about
it. To me, that it's just like inconsequential, I guess. But I don't think that 440 is a natural resonance for the human voice. But that's really what this was in favor to, is for the singers, the opera singers, and them matching up. And then
I see what
also
that's
and at the time period, like you wouldn't have been able to climate control things, so like it might have been more like even if it was difficult,
climb a rope up the wall.
Yeah, it would have been an impossible feat, you know what I mean, for somebody to be hitting these pitches just because of the resonance. Like you might have to be warmed up, or I don't know, for a number of reasons.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, otherwise, if you're not singing with, if you don't tune yourself in, then you won't.
I realize that like there are like I sing in the car. That's all I'll ever be. Is just an automobile superstar. But
yeah, of course.
I realize that and I'm a saxophone player. It's just like I don't know, fidgety shit. I need to like fidget with notes and music and stuff like that in my head all the time. It's just terrible.
If only I could write it down. Like I could probably create some crazy stuff. Because I'll get tunes in my head and I can't stop them. And then when I try to write it down, I can't.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I know what I. Yeah, exactly.
If you can sing them,
but the problem is that I lose it before I ever get words to it. I always forget what the tune is. And I don't know how to write sheet music yet. I'm still like in that crack between.
There's something interesting too, is that you can do just a tonal composition method where you kind of just can take any old notes really and just like associate them to not really any old note. But
no, I know what you're talking about. Once you understand the basic music theory, it's not hard to understand to get it. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of getting your mind to understand what the sound is.
These are two dynamically different principal elements we have here: rhythm and melody. Right. So, but they have a lot to do with each other, right? Like, so the rhythm is the beat. So, like, you could essentially just like
if they don't romance each other, the sound comes out.
Yeah. You can just like associate like a beat to some note sets, and it'll just be like, oh wow, that sounds like, and I don't mean to like a steady beat, but like if you're just tapping out a rhythm like pa 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 pa, right? And if I'm just doing that, so I'm basically monotone. But if I'm later to like peg notes to those rhythms, and that's probably a bad word to use anymore. Just take peg out of the lexicon of words to use. I'll just stop using it now. Fine. But anyway, whatever, if you like stitch, let's say that's not like a porno word yet, right? Okay, let's say, hopefully not. Well, if it is, I don't know about it and I don't want to know. But
really?
Anyway, you stitch notes to like, well, we can't say peg on the air. No, we can. I'm just saying. But if we were to like attach notes to rhythms, right, and you just come up with a melody, it doesn't have to have rhythm. We can, bind these two things together, and that's a really cool way that you can. It's like the sum of the two things is more than you think it would be, and you're like, oh wow, that sounds great. Like all of a sudden, like, oh wow.
Yeah, but I'm quite disappointed in modern music because the music industry just rehashes and recycles all these tunes and all these different effects, and they change when they emphasize the words in the song so that it sounds different, even though it's the same silly tune over and over and over. I've heard so much of that; it's just like tiring. It's like I hear a song and I'll be like, "Yep, that sounds just like what you so and so and so and so mixed together," and then I'll go back and listen and I'll be like, I'll be damned. It is. It's actually that song. Just one part slowed down, the other part sped up, and it's like, wow.
Yeah, and it's a shame that like basically, these are centered around some of the most like resonant pieces of like the canonic way that the
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah,
works.
Ones that are catchy and everybody likes. Yeah.
So the catchy ones become, well, really they should be the most central to us and perhaps even sacred. But no, they're the money ones. They're although the money chords, they're the money like.
Have you ever wondered how we spoke before language was taught to us?
Say what?
Have you ever wondered how we communicated with each other before we learned to speak phonetic language?
Yeah. Well, I think like spoken language is to some degree an action.
Always existed. It has to.
It's an action that
I think it always existed. Yeah, but
but it's an action.
From what I've heard, I
perform. Hold on. It's an action we perform, but it's an extension of like a psychic like transmission. It's just it's a way that we are trained like from kids to be able to like compose thoughts or try to express them vocally. You know what I mean? Without being like and just like closing our eyes and squinting and trying to like put the message in your head. But I think that there is that, that
willing
basic
it so
facility is possible. Sure.
I was going to say something now I forgot.
I'm sorry, buddy.
No, it's all good. It happens to me way too often.
Speech is an extension of the want for psychic communication, basically. That's how.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I was thinking about that, and I was thinking to myself, I was like, well, wait a minute. If the Phoenicians are the ones that created our language, and God separated, if you believe in the Bible, I'm not saying everybody has to. I'm just saying this is what I believe. Like if God separated us all and changed our languages, then that means maybe we didn't speak spoken language before that. And then, of course, I'm not saying that there's any proof for this. I'm just saying I've always wondered about it. And then when I found out that they tested children to see if they would learn language on their own or if they could learn it after a certain age, and they found out that children have to learn it between like 0 and 4 or something like that. Otherwise, they'll never learn it. And I was like, what? What? How's that possible? Like, you mean to tell me that if a child doesn't learn how to speak and it isn't taught like by a person, then they'll literally be stunted forever and they won't be able to speak? And I was like, I don't believe that, but I researched it, and it's according to science, that's exactly true. And I'm like, but that means that someone had to teach us how to talk and that we got it from an outside influence, which kind of proves to me that there had to have been somebody there to teach us, meaning God or somebody, some intelligent force.
If it was just like 2 people thrown into the wild to raise themselves and stuff like that, if they were in a temperate enough place, they would hear animal sounds around them, birds, all types of birds, you know what I mean? And you'd begin like a set of sounds there, right?
Yeah, I agree. Or you'd sign, or you'd find ways body language.
Something like in English language, we've got like 44 different variations of consonants and something like 11 vowels that we really use, like in speech.
Right. And those few things make billions and billions of words and sentences and books. It's fascinating.
So we only have like this comparatively small construction set, if you'd like, of sound operations that we can do with the human setup, but like
that we can even hear, right?
And each of these like pairings of letters, like say like TH is gonna like, I just looked at this yesterday with Pete.
Yeah, I was gonna say you probably just looked into this, didn't you? Right.
It's like 780 hertz or something like that, or higher. But there are these like high frequencies that we have like within our speech, and then there's like lower ones or ones that just blend it all in.
Like Laurel, remember that one? That blew my mind. I was like, dude, when they play that sound effect and it sounds like some people hear Laurel. I heard both of them, but I always thought that was interesting because I always hear both of them. At first, I hear the first thing that they tell me to hear, and then as soon as they say the other word, I was like, wait a minute, it does sound like. It's so strange, but then it goes back and forth and it just confuses me. It's like, wait a minute, what's it supposed to sound like? I don't get it. Like, is there an answer? Is there a right answer to it? But I
Yeah.
guess it depends on
Well, that
person.
then it kind of makes you wonder, like, what's really being done in a song, like that's being played all the damn time.
Right.
You
Why do
know,
they repeat it? Maybe it's to cloud
or
out. And yeah.
like there's a peak to a song sometimes, and I'm like, man, like there's like a U2 song. I listened to the radio because I just like to stay in tune.
Oh man,
with the radio.
I slept in front of the radio 24 hours a day.
So when I
My
drive
brain's
around,
full.
yeah, and I'm like, okay, this is a U2 song, and I'm like, this is one of those like 5 songs. You know what I mean? It's like Where the Streets Have No Name, or it's like Angel of Harlem. I don't know, whatever. It's like one of them.
Yeah, I know what you mean. There's that chorus,
right? And I'm like, or I don't even know. I could probably look it up, right? But I think he says like something like all my shame, and that's like, but that's like the biggest part of the song, and it's like all the song is about is being able to say that you've got shame on yourself or something like that. That's like why you have problems. That's the whole song, like, is just to get to say. Just to
but
get
do
to
you
say
realize
those
how
lines.
profound that can be
Like
just to millions of
weird
children all
punchline.
around the world that pick that up and twist it into something in their own heads and it means something to them? You know what I mean? It's so weird how it is sorcery. It really is. It's terrifying.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Because I mean, I find myself listening to music that I don't even like the words to it. It's sickening to me, but yet I still like the song and I'll sing along to it. It's stuck in my head. It's like I listened to it way too many times and it's stuck in there. But then I have noticed that if I stay away from music for a long time, like certain types or whatever, like an old album that I used to listen to, I will forget the words and everything. I'll even forget like most of the song. I'll be like, this doesn't sound right. But what's weird though is it only takes a couple of times listening to it again and it's stuck right back in there. It's really strange to me. I always wondered about like how memories work like that. Why some things stick in your mind so well and others you just can never remember.
Yeah, or how like these songs become like sort of in a way like holographic things.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
Or it's like in that South Park episode where Cartman has to like sing the whole song, like "Sail Away" or whatever, or I don't know, whatever. It's like or some other song.
Oh, you mean like I gotcha.
Yeah, I mean like you get into like or.
I'll
get songs in my head real quick because I'm
the first episodes. I'm like, oh my god, man, what the hell is going on?
I have to like just because like songs get stuck in my head because I get like musically fixed on them.
You know? Got any commercials stuck in your heads like me, like the stupid pull-ups commercials? Oh my god, I want to kill myself.
Oh, it's commercial jingle.
I'm a big kid. Look what I can do. I get the fucking song is stuck in my brain, bro. I can't get it out of there. Every time I see a Huggies commercial, it pops into my head and it just follows me for 3 days. And it's like, please stop it. There's something about it. It just, I cannot stop singing.
And then they had like, Megan Trainor Huggies, like, I'm all about that bass. Like, and it's just funny because they're like almost like trainer underpants, you know what I mean? But also, just kind of getting this MK Ultras, or I don't know, man. That's just like a whole like merry-go-round of MK Ultra. Like to
some
me,
of the metaphors in Disney movies blow me away. Like,
where's the brass ring? Oh my gosh, yeah.
So much stuff in like stuff on the walls. There's stuff. It's so weird. It's like I used to like pick movies apart and say like, you know, when the drink was half full and then the next split second and it's like 3/4 full and you're like, oh wait a minute, this is, you know, and you could tell they cut. It's like why don't they catch this stuff? But when you see something like Disney, it's like you have to really look. But once you start to see it, you're like, what is going on? You know, like. How many people like put stuff in there after the stuff was already made and filmed and then just stuck it on? It's like
my favorite movie theory that I've come up with is off the Batman movie, the most recent one.
Okay, go.
Very good. It's very good. It's like
remind me of what you're talking about, like the actual Fable part of it, because I've heard a bunch of different things about
actor, right? So it's So it's like set. It's kind of like it's its own reboot, sort of.
Right. Oh, you mean? Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Like the one with Harley Quinn and all that from the original.
No, he's
cartoon.
This guy's like fighting the Riddler in this one. This is the #1 of this like reboot series.
Nice. Oh, okay, all right, I'm with you.
It starts off basically with the Riddler doing some murders, and then one guy, and then Batman like comes in, figures the case out. You know what I mean? He's like, this guy's not doing this thing. This doesn't fit up with that. That's got this. You know what I mean? And then the other guy's like, wow, Batman, you really figured that shit out. And then it's like, that's fucking right. Here's my card, and he leaves. That I think is the beginning scene where he doesn't solve it right. And my contention is that throughout this movie, he never gets the clues correct. We just think that he does because the story keeps on going, you know? Whether he's wrong or right in how he solves these clues, he's led back in to the Riddler because the Riddler has got him
Basically,
unlocked.
you're being drugged through like a confused part of the movie. Like you aren't really sure when you watch it the first time. So you mean like they lead you into it?
You could watch it 10 times through and just come up with the idea that, man, Batman's good at solving crimes, right? But it would take you my retarded head to actually be like, wait, he actually didn't get that right. Look at what happens here after the end. Like he gets this clue wrong. Look, this leads him into this problem here, you know? Like all these
Interesting.
clues he thinks he's solving are not that. It's because the other guy is ahead of him. And furthermore, like it means that all the people who think that they solved the actual internal clues that were set up for decode, so that there is a whole cryptography game with inside of the movie that's meant to be a companion to it, and there's a website that's there, and you can crack the code, and you can play the Batman basically. And people think that they've solved that too, but what if they have not? You know,
what if it's not a riddle at all?
Or if they've gotten well, because when you solve each piece of the riddle, each little riddle has its own cryptography thing.
Yeah, I've seen
that basically leads you to another piece.
Rock band albums where they put they put like notes, or they put lines in the petals and the leaves, or whatever it is, and then you count them, and then it tells you a code, and you go to that spot in the album, and it tells you a secret code for some stupid. I know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound dumb. I was just to me, it's cool. You know, it's cool if I can get it right away, but if I have to sit there and dwell on it, I just get frustrated. It's like I'd rather just.
Yeah, I know,
and
me too. Me too. So what do I do?
You know
I just like look. I look right to like where the people have solved it, right? So I'm like, okay, well, what did they solve? But
I want to know like how did they code it so where I can figure it out in the future, right? Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Now it's like I'm late to the party, so I've already tried to solve what I already perceive as being some kind of clue set, you know, and then I find out that this is already some kind of thing. But my shit is different than their solves, and I'm like, wait. But I have like this whole other thing that I think I'm seeing here that's almost like in a Kubrick level fucking cryptography shit, you know, that's going on.
Oh, wow. Great.
Because while the movie doesn't itself like blame any sort of like it's just it's so if you listen to the soundtrack of it, like it must be something like 20% of the movie has like church singing in it, and it's like one particular thing, and it has to do with like I guess like something like a song that's used like it seems like the movie is itself like not targeting the Vatican, but it's like, yo, this is about the Vatican in a way. And then this whole Batman like premise is sort of draped upon like saying this thing or putting this message out. You know what I mean? But that's
thank God for that stuff.
But that's why it's the greatest.
I saw this
because no
I
other
saw this
movie
thing about
makes me feel.
Saw this thing about the stupid movie with the little girl that gets caught up in the tornado. I was thinking. Anyway, I saw this breakdown of that movie and what it was supposedly about. And I was thinking to myself, I've heard a breakdown of this movie 50 times probably in my life. You know, I'm not old, but I'm 50. You know, and I've been through a few, and I've heard a lot of stuff, and I've heard people say and literally believe it too. Like people, hundreds of people believing that the end of the world was coming on a certain date. They're all waiting for it. I even waited for it a couple times. But it's like it's funny because when you've been through that many experiences where I call them false flag, whatever you want to call it, things, psyop, whatever you want to call it. It's some kind of an event that most people will just see it and go, that's just, yeah, right. They're going to be like, that had to have been set up because no normal people would just coordinate that way. But there's always that group that does believe it. But it's just funny to me how nowadays it seems like people just accept whatever it is. I try not to watch TV or the news. I don't even watch the weather. I don't need to know. My wife will tell me if it's going to rain so I can cover my stuff up outside. You know what I mean? But it's like, it fascinates me how all they have to do is put out a dumb storyline about some guy punches another guy out or some thing, or some guy's fighting over some other guy because he called him some dumb name or he called him trans or something. It's just always some putrid story that's just toxic information that just literally leads people down a road of where they separate into little groups and start arguing with each other about who's right, who's wrong, who knew it first, all this garbage, who they think did it, all this. It's like it's silly. It really is. And then I see people going to sports games and I think to myself, is this why we're all so stressed out? Are we all stressed out because we have all these dumb things that we believe are real, but they're really just there just to confuse us? But we believe that it's like something like it's part of the American dream, or wherever you live. I mean, some like Mexico, soccer's huge. There's different things. But it's like everywhere there's this little undertone of it's. I call it lack of intelligence, ignorance. That's what I call it, just based on what it is, because it's really meaningless. It's the people that are involved in sports are just destroying their bodies, and for what? To get paid some money. Play a game that they claim they love playing, but in reality, you got to get bored or something, right?
People
I mean,
get
I
a lot
love
of money.
playing baseball and stuff, but come on, But I don't believe that any of it's true. I think it's all sketched, and the reason why I say that is because I've seen it. I've seen stuff happen that you can't explain. I can't show it to you because it didn't record it, but I'm telling you, I've seen some stuff in sports that just blew me away, bro. And I had to watch it 15 times to believe it myself. But once it's set in there, it's like, you know what? I can't trust it anymore.
These are,
I've seen boxing matches where people fall on the at and they don't even get punched. I've seen all kinds of crazy stuff, and it's like,
most like the
all
Muhammad
right,
Ali fight,
that's it.
famously supposed to be.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Mike Tyson didn't really bite anybody's ear off. It wouldn't surprise me at all. You know what I mean? Like that's why he was smiling about it. And he didn't think of it. He didn't even act like he was guilty.
Look at how intimidating he is. Like
he is, but I've never met the dude. From what I've heard, he's cool as hell. But
no, I mean, the early watch his
beat you up, yeah.
His first 10 fights probably last 3 minutes total.
Oh yeah, I know. Trust me, I was there. I was a kid, man. Mike Tyson was the stuff, dude. We all like everybody liked Mike Tyson, no matter what color he was. He was a god.
They matched him up against people who really couldn't fight. So it's like,
well, yeah, maybe that's true, but he was a killer.
You would maybe like you come from Poland, they tell you to lay down, you lay down. You know what I mean? But like you're also
I mean, I think if you're in a sport and you're getting paid and your life depends on it, yeah, I think you're going to do what you get told. Because otherwise you're going to get
like it's possible that some magic happens too that like makes Mike Tyson appear to be even greater than he is, which I'm not saying.
You know why I think all this stuff is believable? All these crazy ideas and things that we think the government is up to and whatever. The reason why I believe it is because it makes so much more sense to believe all the stupid stuff than it does to believe what they tell you on the TV. It really does. Because it's gotten to the point where now whenever I see anything, I can already tell you just by the way who's acting in it. Like the people, I'm starting to recognize faces from 20, 30 years ago, and they're the same people in the same, like, it's like, what? Don't they even switch actors? Nope. There's people that go through this stuff like with a fine-tooth comb, and it's sad how badly they lie to us. Like, it's bad. There's like no truth to it. I mean, if you don't see someone get shot in the street right in front of you, I'm having trouble believing any of it. I really am. I want to see death certificates. I want to see people crying on the street because their loved ones are dead. Otherwise, you're not going to convince me that a whole building blew up or something, or whatever you're going to try to. You know what I mean? Like I saw 9/11 on TV. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I'm telling you, that doesn't happen in real life without some kind of outside influence. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was some kind of time warp. Who knows? I mean, we could dream up all kinds of nutty ideas, but truth is something happened and it was set up that way, and that's creepy. And the fact that we're all not angry about it and want to know the truth and punish the people who did it, it saddens me. It really does. It makes me feel nauseous to think that we're that weak in our will that we can't even stop like the most obvious liars and take away their power from them. It's just sad. It really is. It's like we're all caught up in this argument about which football team's better, who's, PP's longer, and, who's the most beautiful and whose car's better. And
Pro
I mean,
wrestling's
that's
real.
really, we're so confused. It's sad.
As long as pro
I'm not
wrestling,
saying that I'm not affected by it, but man, yeah. But it just makes me sad because I see that they're feeding us this stuff, and we wouldn't even be stressed if we would just ignore it. Anyway, I'll stop rambling. Sorry about that.
it's all for show. It's all for entertainment. I mean, the optics are such in this world that they are like that, regardless of whether they're the real deal or they're.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? If things just are the way they are, people will
Yeah,
seek to change that
and I
too.
hate to sound like
They'll seek to-
sound like a defeatist person, or like that I've given up. But I mean, I don't see in people. I just don't. I don't see the drive in people to actually care enough to actually want to change it. It's almost like they'd rather just let their children be kidnapped and whatever these bad things happen and no one do anything, rather than actually stand up and get, maybe even lose your life or lose your
Oh, you're
career
on
over it.
a run now,
'Cause
aren't
that's
you?
what it's going to take.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, you are.
Sorry. All right, I'll be quiet.
You're cruising on down.
Yeah, I know. I got a lot to say. I'm sorry.
Severity, but
I don't want to get nobody in trouble. No, that's not my intent. But I think you guys get where I'm coming from, right?
I try to keep it low stress, my man. Trying to live out all these heartbeats I got. Not rush them.
Right. Yeah.
I tend to not take such a
frustrated.
severe view of things, I guess.
Well, I mean, I don't like looking at it either. But I have to wonder myself, like, how were they able to convince me that it's not something? You know what I mean? Because I remember there was a time where I would get angry quickly about silly stuff, and I had and it was for good reason. It protected me or defended me somehow. Seems like nowadays it's like if I even show any kind of masculinity, it's like I get shot down or somebody's all angry and scared. It's like, why are you crying? I didn't even say anything to you except raise my voice. It's like, what the heck? What's going on in here? Strange. It's going to start raining in a second. Feel it.
Yeah, I'm just like, drinking this coffee here. Trying to figure it all out, man.
I wish I had it all figured out to help. But I find myself realizing that I know less every day, more than I didn't learn stuff. So stuff I learned seems to be frustrating, so it's hard to deal with. So, I guess it's just part of the thing.
But yeah, it is interesting what you're saying about, using sound for building stuff.
I mean, I'm just thinking, like, why are some of these buildings, like some of these castles, why are they in a perfect symmetrical shape with windows with perfect symmetrical? You know what I mean? It just seems odd to me that they're so.
To me, a lot of it's like cathedrals and churches and stuff like to have these acoustic properties that would,
makes you wonder if they didn't have like.
Well, it would make you. They absolutely had to understand how acoustics were working. So, if they got to such a point where they developed that, then they would understand the reverse side of it.
Have you by chance heard the theory about cannons not being actually cannons, but actually some kind of sound device? I seen a video of it and I was like, what? I never thought about that. It would explain why there was all these cannons everywhere. Like there was just a lot of stuff in the cannons. There's things in our history, like certain kinds of boats and the sky being yellowed out, all that. The sky. There's just so many things where like we can see that somebody's trying to cover their tracks. It's interesting. No matter where you go, there's somebody keeping you from knowing the truth all the way, understanding it.
Yeah, my messed up language decode is that the Vatican is really a misliteration.
Yeah, you don't have to say it. You don't have to say it.
The word itself.
Does it start with an A and end with an I?
No, but I'm saying that it's really Vati Canon, and then it's been truncated to be Vatican, and then it's Vatican.
Oh, I see.
Right. So but I believe that the true word is the Father's knowledge, or the Vati Canon.
So it was the Vril. That's a whole other theory too. You heard of the Vril?
That's my retarded language thing.
The reptile people that have the little thing in their heads that breaks off, and then they can climb in your eyeball. And something's crazy.
It was at some Stargate SGI shit. I don't know.
No, it's just literally some guy comes out of nowhere and starts seeing. They're cloning all these people, and if you sign a contract with the government or whatever music company, that they clone you and then they can steal your spirit when you're asleep, and they can torture you in drone bodies that they take. It's just a really fascinating, interesting, crazy ass. I mean, literally nuts, like theory. But this guy claims he's part of it. I forget his name.
Oh yeah, no, I know. And the guy claims he was
Black Eye Club
made to like sing songs or something like that.
Yeah, and he wrote. Yeah, he claims to have written all these songs. And what's weird is that it's actually a photograph of him on Megadeth album. I was like, what?
It's a fascinating yarn, but it is ultimately like
I know it's bull, but I'm saying, what if there's some kind of freaking weird truth to it? And you know what I mean? Like, where did the person that came?
Have you seen the movie City of Lost Children?
No, but I've seen a lot of weird movies in my time.
It's this movie. Well, it's like kind of an art film, but it's about this evil scientist who like creates this machine to steal the dreams of children.
Oh my gosh, that sounds creepy.
And he tortures babies with like scary Santa Clauses and harnesses their power, and he's basically a brain in a jar. But anyway, it's very well done.
Okay, that sounds like a creepy version of what's her name? That lady with the O name, whatever.
I think it's the same director that did the movie Amelie. I think. Whatever. Anyway.
I always wonder, like,
it's always like an interesting.
Are these directors for us, or are they for the enemy?
And there's these like
we learned a lot of weird stuff.
They capture children and stuff like that, but they've got like this monocle, like this one-eyed thing, so that they like give up one of their eyes to like put this robot monocle.
Oh, whoa! I see.
They're called the Cyclops.
Did you know that?
It's like a cartoon.
What's weird about
the movie?
Yeah. You know what's weird about the Black Eye Club thing is that, like, literally, if you look in The Simpsons and all that, you're gonna find all the stuff about it. Like, there's even a what is it? What is that show with the young kid and his grandpa that travels through time and all that? And they're always getting in trouble, and he's a real rude guy that burps and farts all the time.
You're talking about Rick and Morty, yeah.
Yeah, Rick and Morty. You know the episode? There's an episode where there's all these clones on this one place that they travel through time to, and there's all these clones of Morty or whatever, and
well, no,
you know what I'm talking about. And at the end, one of them pulls his eyeball out and unplugs it, fucking winks at you. It's really creepy, bro. Like, I'm like, what?
So that's basically like an interdimensional hidden asteroid base that all the Ricktopia that generated basically, so that all the Mortys will hide the Rick signatures so that the Prime Rick can't find them and destroy them. But like, it's just it is what it is. Yeah, there's like a bunch of Mortys,
now,
but they're not.
Answer
cloned.
Question: Would you have been into the show?
They're not cloned outright. They've actually been engineered to happen throughout all different realities that like have been rigged in a way to like make a Morty happen from the union of two people.
In other words, keeping the aliens from destroying him. Murdering him in the future or the past.
So like every reality where a Beth and a Jerry exist, like they've made Morty.
I know that.
From.
I know I've got it on DVD. And
So he's not exactly cloned, but it's kind of cloned. But there are also clones.
Right.
Rick does. There's, yeah, he's like clones
Yeah,
himself.
like I love
Yeah.
what's that little creature's name that they hang out with? Mr. Beebles or whatever the hell is he?
Mr. Poopy Butthole.
No, the other one, the one that they're always accidentally like touching or going into a time warp where they're stuck with each other and they keeps multiplying and they keep there's like multiples of each other and they can't figure out who's who. Remember? It was like the first season. It's like, and it's all because of this stupid alien. Yeah,
the parasites, the mind parasites.
Yeah,
that create like imaginary connections to you that never existed.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's like multiple like dimensions of exactly, something like that. That was a little.
Yeah, they basically like shred like all the Doctor Who like, you know.
Yeah,
like
I was wondering if they weren't just like pointing at something. Like I've seen quite a few episodes of different shows that like match up with some Twilight Zone episodes, and I'm like, hey, I see that.
Yeah,
like, you know, like they'll hint at it in some, because I'm really into the Twilight Zone. It's like,
yeah, I think they try to just
when I was a kid,
references.
my grandma used to watch it. Now I got it on DVD. Yeah. I got the whole.
Yeah, Dan Harmon used to write for Community, but he's like a really influential writer. I think he's one of the leading writers today. He's the guy that's.
What did you think about the movie, The Twilight Zone, the movie? Did you like the movie?
An incredible scarring experience.
Yeah, I think it was for me because I was just old enough to know. I was just old enough not to be terrified by it, but it still freaked me out a little bit when I first saw it.
I would say that like it would be weird. Almost like less so terrifying today because of the it's like there's nothing visceral about an LCD TV. It's benign, it's banal, it's like it blends in. Right. You know, there's nothing visceral about it, but there is something like that just like goes right into your pineal gland from an RF modulated television signal, like you're staring right next to the television. Like you're within a neutron projection screen or something like that. It's really weird.
You're in a field, yes. But you're in a field. So
you're being like.
Why do you think you cry when somebody dies in a movie and you don't know these people? Why would you cry?
Like it's energetically like more than an LCD television ever could be, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I think old tube TVs are going to come back.
I got patents to prove it to, and they were accepted. They weren't just ones that weren't filed. I was just talking to somebody today about that. Somebody was asking. They just ran everything.
And they sort of use that that thing where they like mask over like with putty like the person's mouth, so it's like that they don't have a mouth, and it's like really,
that was a creepy part. That gave me that
concept, and then
it is.
They use that within that Twilight Zone ripped from into the Matrix, right? They do that with Neo and the interrogation.
Well, yeah, it's a very very it's a gripping. You know, just like any good hot scene with the heroine and the hero and all that, not necessarily a sex scene, but
it's just like this
brief,
I don't know what it is at the end, but it's like, and I guess I need to rewatch the movie because it's like so scarred in my head. But it's like that the kid like becomes like does he step into static? Is he like in the television or something? And is he some kind of weird god of some sort or something?
Yeah, it doesn't explain that, but I always thought that basically the kid created his own cartoon world in his mind.
Nihilist, but he's kind of like a nihilist kid, and he's kind of like it's like he's nothing happy or good about it.
Well, yeah, but if you remember right, he had abusive parents and stuff.
And then it's kind of like it reminds me of the kind of downer bit that is the never-ending story with like at the end of that one. That's kind of like a downer too.
Betray you. Yeah,
right.
I love that
like
movie.
just that whole. There's just, but there's something about like how when you watch this like on TV with like modern stuff, like all the aspect ratios are correct, like nothing's like off like photographically. So there's something like
right. So your mind's not going every time you see something.
It's like photographic, like reference, like optics, like they sort of program you to see things in a certain way. So like movies from let's say like the mid 70s to like the late 80s or something like that all kind of share within a certain like family of optics, you know.
A vibe. Yeah, a vibe. Yeah, and a style. Yeah, I agree with you.
And
I know
like,
what you. I
yeah,
think I
it's
know what
just
you mean.
crazy. And if you had these optics, like, and you like look at somebody, you're like, wow, you look way different, and you look like you're Hollywood, you know, through this shit. Like, where this looks like
Right.
a dumb part of a movie right now, like an uninteresting part of a movie that could have been right now. And it's it's at that point where you're like, wow, like what? Um, oh, it's so
What always
crazy because
gets me is when they're doing a movie where there's a really, really riveting scene, or there's like a monster scene, and everybody's in such great character that it's like everybody like has a physical, emotional like reaction to the scene because it's so well, like they're, you know, the way they set it up, it literally, they get into the character so well that they like almost forget that they're not really fighting a monster. You know what I mean? And you get those like moments where you see people not even acting, they're actually convinced that they're that character at that point, you know, and you can see it in their eyes, you can tell by the way they act. I love that.
I
It's
saw
always
this
great when you see
incredibly
that.
bad movie. I
I don't
think it
know.
might
I've
have like
seen so many.
replayed now. Hopefully, I have it on DVR. I can watch the entire terrible movie that it is. Oh my! It's just like it's on
Which
HBO.
one?
I'm like, man,
Oh,
I
well,
could get
then
a
I've probably
job.
seen it. I've probably seen it.
It's like no,
Which one is it?
it's like
Cartoon?
the first time people are reading lines through. It seems like it's crazy. Like people are so uninterested in saying what they're saying. You know, it's just and it's so overwritten technical jargon.
Okay.
Like talking about like
Oh, just like deliberately bad. You mean.
it's
Like
so
like
no, it's
thumbing
not
at
trying.
it, thumbing at it.
The writer thought it
Oh,
was
okay.
pretty tight. You know, you can tell
Oh,
he's
it's
like the
accidentally
director
bad. I think.
and is in the movie too.
Okay.
But the actors are like not picking it up, and it's like there's no direction to like say. You know, people say their lines, their reaction lines. It's like the guy with the one line. He says his line off, and I'm like, why not go for a second? Or why not be like, hey, you don't say it like that. You know, what are you doing? This is your one line.
Right.
You know, say it cool. Say it normal. Say it like it would be
Yeah, I would
replying
say
to the
that
other
would probably
person,
be
but
the
they don't
thing that
even
I
do that. It's
dislike
just
about
first take.
people that show on here is the same thing. Is that they're so vague and they're so like afraid to say what they believe in instead of just, you know, like I get it. We have to be believing stuff in order to get through this, right? Like we all
They're
follow
like,
that same trail. We all follow the
it's like one
information.
camera.
Well,
It's like one camcorder
yeah.
camera. It's just so bad. Like it's and then it cuts to like stock like special effects footage of like military vehicles that are like way higher budget. The whole filmic
Oh
look just
no.
switches. You know what I
Oh,
mean? You're like, oh wow,
that's
that
funny.
matches like not at all. You know, it's like a
You're waiting
whole.
for it to say it's a documentary, right? That bad?
It's to me like I learn more about how to make a movie from watching absolute abject failures like
Oh,
somehow make it, and they're on like available to me through cable subscriber. I'm like, wow,
what
okay,
was that movie? Clowns
it's
from
amazing.
Space or something? That was pretty horrible. When I
Killer
found
Clowns
out,
from Outer Space. I
like
mean, it's a terrible premise.
yeah.
It's kind of executed
But the
okay.
storyline is actually there's a meaning to it. But I mean, I think every story does.
It's got to be like I don't understand certain movies like that one. Maybe it's like if you had a case of beer, that's a great movie. I'm not really
Well, I
sure.
think it's an analogy of the time in history. More
Like
that's the way it was explained to me.
what are those Canadian like haha movies with like drinking beer? You know,
Yeah, and yeah,
pass the
like
beer,
Strange
or I don't know,
Brew.
like have another beer,
Strange Brew,
eh? I
yeah,
don't know
yeah,
what are those
yeah,
movies
yeah.
with
Right, yeah.
like those
Strange
aren't
Brew
funny
is
to
the one
me.
you're thinking of, I think.
I can't
Where those two
even.
guys and they go to a beer factory and they drink the beer so they can pee out a fire or something
It
stupid
might be
like that.
old now that it's ironically funny, but like at the time, I'm like, I don't get how this is now funny though. You know,
Well, have you seen World's End? It was horrible. It was horrible. It was just like
you're
it was
talking
so.
about the parts of the Caribbean.
I don't. I've heard people. I've watched it twice, so it's an interesting movie because it's so bad. It's like, how could they? Are they really seriously like trying to like laugh this off as like some like good acting or something? Is like I'm trying to figure out what the joke is because it's like it's a horrible story. It's about demon worshiping crap or whatever. Same old stuff, you know. Trying to make it cool to be a demon worshiper. I guess I don't know. I don't know why they keep hammering that into kids' heads. But it's working because my daughter's into that. Stupid little characters where they dress up when they got fangs and all this crap. Like, oh, why can't they leave
Yeah,
my kids alone? Man? I
it's
really
just
wish I
cute
could.
now, basically.
It's not cute at all. It's disgusting.
Well,
But
no,
I mean, it's
just
not
think,
disgusting for children, but I'm saying it's
because,
the way the
well,
adults are using it is disgusting.
this is just a
You know what I
cultural
mean?
erosion, sort of, where like
Yeah, exactly.
grotesque is so abundant.
That's a
Grotesque,
good way to
everything is so abundant. Even the things that are trying to be good suck so bad that they sort of are grotesque too. So this over grotesqueness just means that grotesqueness is now an adoptable cute thing. So it's
Exactly.
like,
Yeah. Now
it's
we're
a weird
accepting the
flip on it.
trash that we would have never accepted before because the other stuff is so horrible. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's
We've
so sad.
reprocessed and shit it out, and it's normalized now.
But I wonder, did our parents, did our grandparents and great grandparents think the same thing we're thinking right now, that this is the end of the world and that we need to do something soon before it's the end? Or does it just keep happening over and over and over like this? Where we all think it's going to happen, but it never really does. It just keeps going on and on.
It's the frame of
You know what I mean?
reference that, like, well, because like a generation will grow up without an Eminem that's breaking through or whatever.
Yeah.
So there will become some other Eminem story to become the now Eminem.
Well, yeah, but I don't have a problem with that. Do you? I mean, not if it's a natural thing. I mean, yeah, if they're, I don't know,
If
maybe I get
Eminem
what
himself
you
was
I
a
get what you
natural event to start with, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what events in history are natural?
It's just to
I don't
say
even
that,
know.
like
After I saw the eruption of
as
Mount St. Helens and I
like
saw electricity coming up out of it, I was like, "Are you sure that this was actually an accident?"
I'm just saying, like, I'm an artist, right? So, like, I think I'm an artist at least, and then, but there's gonna be people that are just like just as talented as me, and they're also like an FBI program, or they're also like whatever, like the 13th generation, like whatever Kingsman or something like that. Whatever the situation may be, right? That they just
That'd
wind
be
up in a
fun.
football program. They're a star football player. You know what I mean? It
Right.
just
Oh,
happens
I
to
got
be
you.
that. You know what I mean? Like that these things can be utilized as like duels, or that there may be all of this within all different types of manners of things. You know what I
Wouldn't
mean?
it be terrifying though if you could literally just plug into any situation you wanted and just do whatever you wanted without having to worry about it? Doesn't that scare you? Like a multiverse where you could just plug in and you could just just wreak havoc. You could go murder people, whatever you want. It's all in your head, right? It's all pretend. You could just do whatever you want.
Like
That scares me. It does.
I'm not trying to say that Jackie Chan is like
Yeah.
a real life spy, but like if somebody stepped to Jackie Chan and they were like, "Hey man, we need you to actually do some real spy shit," and he's like, "Okay, I'm down." You know what I mean? That would be the way that would play out. Obviously,
All right, I get it.
that'd be a really good setup for a movie. By the way, somebody write that down. Just actual Jackie and his actual,
Touche.
but I mean, but that also like goes into the whole concept that like much of the like intelligentsia is drafted from theatrical like performance. Like the basically the ability for you to be able to be master of disguise and to act a role is important.
Bingo. To be an actor. That's a good one.
And that's why like a lot of the original like pre IAs whatever are based on like old universities, like Ivy League universities with mask and wig clubs and stuff like that. And they basically learn how to like apply the spirit.
What do you
down
think is more
front.
difficult? To act in a drama and try to be serious and try to portray a serious, or do you think it's easier to make fun and laugh and have, like just to make act stupid and whatever your shtick is, comedians? Or do you think a little bit of both is the best? I'm just curious at it.
What do you mean?
Like movies and all. Like, do you prefer between the two? Maybe it's a silly question.
I don't know, man. Sometimes it doesn't have to be about the actor; it's about the script or the edit, the subject.
Right, but do you find that like certain movies, even though everybody else just thinks it's just a regular movie, you find like gripping parts for the actors that you like? You're like, wow, this is really like my favorite part that he plays, whatever or whatever. Or are you more like just you like the actor, you'll see the movie, and you just enjoy it because you like the actor or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes there's like, wow, this is an excellent part. Where this guy's like really
Mhm.
funny here. This is like a super great part here. Yeah, sure.
Like for instance, there's a part in The Crow. I know it's a silly movie, but it's one of them B movies, sort of. But I've always loved the movie. But there's this part where, Eric Draven breaks into the jewelry store, the pawn shop, and he's got the guy, and he comes through. The guy, basically the guy tells him, he fires his shot at him and shoots through him, and that, and he basically, as the hole sealing up in his chest, he looks up at the guy, and just a little bit of drool comes out of his mouth. That part of the movie is like, when I seen that, like I watched it 15, 20 times, I was like, that is so crazy, like how it seems like he did it on purpose, but I'm not really sure, but it's so wicked, like, because the thoughts in his mind, if I was him at that point in the movie, he's getting revenge for being murdered, and this guy's like right in the middle of it. He's the one that sells all the bloody purses and all the items of jewelry that they get stolen from the people that these guys kill, these murderers people kill. And so, like, he's the hub of it. He's not really a murderer, but he's involved and he sells all these items, and he basically makes them able to conduct business. You know what I mean? And so it's interesting. But I was so, I don't know, just for me, that scene in the movie, just, it's almost like I can see him being in that movie and just putting himself in that place, and just and being like maddening, that psychotic thought in your mind when you want to like break somebody's neck for telling you you're an asshole or whatever. You know what I mean? But like pure driven, like it's like you could see it in his eyes, like that was an accident. He's like doing it because he was so into the part. I always thought that was a cool spot. But I also like the parts where he murders all the guys. So I guess maybe I'm just a sicko. I don't know. But I just like that movie. There's something cool about, like,
Yeah, I mean, to me in
revenge,
general,
like making,
there's like
bringing justice.
yeah, it seems just like historically and in modern times, like the notion of what it means to be and to be inspired to be and to enact what a vigilante is essentially is, like, is so
Which I know morally it's a bad
over,
thing, but
like, it's so
yeah, you're right. It's overrated.
well ensconced, I guess, within the mind of popular culture that it really, and John Wick, you know what I mean? All these types of vengeance,
Just murder.
plot,
Yeah.
drives,
Yeah.
like it
Yeah.
basically, like, it drowns out, and then the availability of like things like video game platforms that kind of like allow you to sort of go on a spree or whatever. These
Right.
all
Yeah.
seem to be like anchored to a general idea that you can sort of detrend these activities from actually occurring by making them so grandiose with
And the thought
such
that somebody would have come up with that idea and then tried to
like
pull it off. Yeah.
no vengeance plot, like they all have these kind of repercussions or something like that. They don't like really end that well or whatever. I don't know. There's something to it.
Yeah. Right. Gotcha.
Or nobody
That's
gets to be
awesome.
Batman for
Yeah.
very long. You know what I mean? Because otherwise,
Yeah. Batman. Yeah.
yeah,
Gotta
it's
be
weird.
replaced. I think that just shows I think what it is the devil trying to convince your soul that you're finite. You're not, you're infinite. You live forever. Your soul's going to live forever. You might be suffering somewhere without God, but you're going to live forever. You're going to remember every moment. That is terrifying. You think that should convince you to want to believe in God, just in case He doesn't kick your butt when you die. I know that sounds dumb, but I mean, it's not the worst idea. If there really is this creator that made us and is going to be angry with us for screwing up and hurting other people, then maybe we can consider that and start thinking about that. Like, what's wrong with it? I don't see that hurting people. I don't see that maybe make people more humble and more loving towards each other. Maybe we'll fix this problem that we have. We hate each other and separate each other. Whatever.
Your
Well, I
mic's a little,
the right
a
person
little too
to
close.
say it right. No, I'm sorry. Well, that makes sense. I'm not talking too much. Sorry. I think you have the answers.
What's up, snacks? What up, Assy?
What's up, bro?
I'm probably lagging. They need to turn the sun into that Wi-Fi thing, which it was talking about.
Yeah, that was freaked out, man. Trying to figure out why. Like, it doesn't make any sense unless they want to introduce 2.0. To me, this smells of Tesla technology.
It doesn't do any good though if it's only line of sight. I mean, can I not get a reflection? Like, what if there was a light and it was reflecting? The light reflects off the wall, but I got my back to the light, but my phone's facing the wall. Like, it can't just be line of sight, or it doesn't really do that. I don't know what practical use it has.
Exactly, but you didn't hear the joke I made that it's useless for guys like you unless you put mirrors in the hallways. I cracked the joke when he brought it up. Yeah, it is useless, but maybe you can redirect it with mirrors, but still,
Like
I mean,
I caught that. That's
yeah.
funny, yeah. Like the ancient Egyptians, they say they lit pyramids or something with all the reflections.
Yeah, I heard that too, because those narrow tunnels that they dug, if they were to use torches, right, there would be marks on the ceiling, and they were saying, how the hell did they see what they were doing, right? So you hear the mirror thing, and then you hear the battery thing for the light. So yeah,
Yeah, I don't think that's how they did it though. They had special lamps. They had special lamps with oil, and they mixed salt with it so they could burn it. So they can burn it. I got
yeah,
that mirror
without
thing from that
making.
movie with fucking Nicolas Cage, National Treasure.
I don't know how true that is, man. It's interesting, nevertheless, that what's their selling point, that it's so much faster, but then there's the line of sight thing. So this just doesn't make any sense to me.
I'll be home in a second. I'll have a beer.
Yeah.
We'll get it. We'll get it popping in there. All right, I'm home now. What up? What's it? Did I just fucking robot everywhere? If I'm not home, I don't understand because I'm in like a densely populated area. Like we should have cell phone coverage everywhere. I don't understand. Which
You
is out
sound
your area.
okay.
Yeah. What's up?
You sound okay.
Yeah, well, I'm home now. I'm on my Wi-Fi. I have the best fucking. I got Verizon.
Right.
If I leave my house though, I'm just fucked for some reason. I don't know. Everywhere I go, I just a constant robot, lagging robot.
You gotta come up here to Canada, and we'll teach you guys how to do the telephone thing, and you'll have no problems after that. You need Canadian assistance.
So it's bullshit.
We got the best phones here, bro.
That's fucked up, bro.
It's
Yo,
not
my
our fault.
area, bro. My area. I live in the area where they invented television. We invented television where I'm at.
Yeah, you do TV good, but telephone, I don't know. Something's up there.
Well, what the fuck, bro? The television is like 10 times the phone. You
I
know what I'm
know.
saying?
I just don't get it how you guys could, because it's not just you. It's Rakia down south. It's everybody all over the states. Like, what the hell?
Well, just
I
give
even
us
make
time.
jokes.
You got to give us time. It's not like we went to the moon or anything. So
Yeah. It's very hard to rebuild the phone technology, for crying out loud. You can communicate to the moon and back, no sweat, but to to your neighbors in the next country, no chance. What's going on?
listen, I would do it in a nanosecond.
All you guys got to do is send some of your low-level scientists up here to Canada, and our guys will teach you how to do it, and go back and recreate what we have here. Simple.
The only way we're gonna figure this out is if we get some Nazi German scientists to do it for us.
Yeah. Operation Paperclip. Yeah. Yeah, if it wasn't for the German propaganda team, you would never have made it to the moon. So did you see the thing I posted about the moon? It's like their own people are saying that the moon is hollow. It appears, of course, it's all a tall tale, but even in their tall tale, the moon rang like a bell, apparently.
Hold on, man. I'm bringing my groceries in real quick. Give me 2 minutes. Snacks. Look alive.
What am I hot micing? What's up?
So have you guys heard about I suppose another flat earther that is, shall we say, contemplating the globe? I heard about it, 2 days ago? You guys must have heard of Reichi 00000. Well, apparently she's, sorry?
Never heard of that person.
Oh, you haven't? No? Yeah, she was, well, I don't know. I can't really say. But, yeah, she's been around for a while. Part of the, I guess part of the FED crew for a while, and buddies with Sleeping Warrior. She's been around various places. Surprised you haven't heard of her. But now apparently she's questioning some of the flat Earth claims. She's questioning, what did she question? She was questioning the black swan, for one. Forget, she had two other things. I forget the other two.
Yeah, so is it a black swan or a red herring?
Good question. Well, according to her, it can't be because of refraction or something like that.
Oh, she knows. Like a.
You guys talking about Reichi?
Yeah. You heard
I don't
about
know what
that?
there's a question about the black swan. One day we can see it, one day we can't. I mean, what's there to question?
Well, yeah. Well, according to her, she can't be sure because of that, because of refraction. If I got her
Can't be
straight.
sure of what.
Well, you can make a horizon claim, I think, or something like that. It's questionable.
But wouldn't you be saying that the Earth's
Yeah, the
shrinking
globe's
and
very
growing?
questionable. My bad.
No, to make it, according to her, it's
I'm
bringing
sorry,
her
Jeremy.
back to
Some people have no
the.
social awareness.
Well, according to her, it's
None of us do, I
60-40.
know.
She put it 60 for the globe, 40 for the flat Earth. So there's a lot of people questioning stuff. Interesting times. We got people saying the Earth is going upwards. We got people thinking that a car could travel in a racetrack that's with the wheels straight and go around. It's a very interesting time, I think.
Yeah, I just want to get to a place where you don't have to answer anything. You know what I mean? You'd be like, I didn't make any claims. No, whatever. You just get to that point, and then you stay there. I don't know. Maybe the Earth's going up. Maybe. Who knows? You got to answer all the other questions. Now, then leave me alone.
I'm just like surprised in the how things are like unfolding. It's quite interesting.
Just want to hide in the cracks of unfalsifiability.
We got proof. There's no proof. Some people say there's proof. Some say there's no proof. Refraction, no refraction.
We can't say there's no refraction. But the fact that there's any and it modulates, I don't know. Isn't that enough to tell you something? Plug that in with your perspective and we.
Yeah. Then we have the evolution boys. Yeah, this is like you know what I think. I think
And
instead of
send.
withholding information, they've gone to mass information, like too much information, like baffling, like giving it to you with a fire hose, you know? So people are like all over the place, like you know what I'm saying? Instead of withholding information, you just put out this side, then you put out the other side, then you can put conflicting information, put people in the middle. So it's all
Then
one big like confusion.
you got people spazzing out, saying 300 words a minute, arguing each side, trying to answer what questions you have before you even get to reply to what they just said. You know what I mean? People like that too.
Yeah, and you have people fighting for one side or the other.
Like, or people who can like double speak, you know, before they even double speak. You know,
Yeah,
let me preface this double speak just so there's no confusion.
yeah, it's quite amazing. They do it in politics, they do it in science, they do it in religion. Yeah, now they're doing it with gender. It's unbelievable. Hey, Zanik, well, what do you feel about the gender thing? I don't believe I ever asked you
I
about
don't.
your take on
It's
that.
beyond. It's beyond comprehension that that's even a thing. Except for the people that are born with like two different sexual members, equipment. Other than those people, I think the whole thing's a big distraction. I don't care what people do in their private life. I don't care if they sit on doorknobs. I don't care anything about it. Nor should they care that we care. We don't need to be informed of their sexual preferences. You are who you are. Just live your life. No, no preferential treatment. No consideration. Certainly no discussion. The whole thing's just a big waste of time and it screws up kids.
Wow, interesting, Zanik. So we agree on this.
I think we do.
I think it's the first thing we ever agreed on.
Well, there's been others.
But this is a biggie.
Yeah, it's a biggie. I just don't. I don't get it. People of normal intelligence should put the pieces together in their mind and know the difference between right and wrong.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It's absolutely insane, especially in athletics. I mean, come on, really? A man thinks, you know what? I feel like a girl. I'm going to go compete against women, and people think it's okay. But yeah, let's let you do that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. You know, Jem threw me out of his server because I was talking like this, like what you just
Really?
said now. Yeah,
And that's actually just the tip of the iceberg. The athletic thing is kind of a superficial element of our humanity, but my God, who
yeah.
would
I was
think that's just
telling
okay?
them what they were teaching young children in school and stuff, and show me proof. He went mental. Yeah. And I posted a few things, and next thing I know, I'm out of the server. Have you ever heard anybody get booted out of Gems? It's rare, right?
Yeah, right. It is actually.
Or they're
Well,
destroying women's sports is over. There's not going to
yeah,
be any more women's sports. And the places that don't allow these transgenders, to play in women's sports, they're going to have a fucking issue with these transgender people because now they're not being fair to them. So it's going to be a whole rigmarole, and we'll see how it plays out. This
It's
is
just
what
like,
happens when society collapses. I've heard this. I don't know if this is true, but towards the end of societal collapse, they get hyper focused on gender. They say it happened with ancient Rome and all that shit. So, I mean,
so
we'll see.
bizarre, so bizarre. And then, of course, these terms make it even worse. The whole language becomes it's almost like they're trying to confuse people by using these terms and words. Non-binary. What the fuck does that mean? I mean, I had in helping teaching at the high school and the middle school kids. I get exposed to it, and of course, I'm pretty. I say what's on my mind, and that got me in trouble early on when I first started doing this, helping out with the kids. Now I have to just keep my mouth shut and listen, and I just absorb it, and then I'm just appalled that I'm even having these conversations. Well, my mom and dad want me to run with the boys, but what do you want to do? And that was like on the edge. I shouldn't even have said that. But, well, I don't know. I mean, what do you think I should? Well, let me tell you, it's up to you. If you run with the boys, you're probably gonna get crushed. You won't do as I didn't say crush. I say you won't do as well because they're gonna be the times are faster. Just objective information, right? But if you run with the girls, you're really good, and you probably will win a lot of races. So it's really up to you. I would tell your parents that what you'd like to do and see what they say. Oh, I don't know. They're very sensitive about it, and they want me to run with the girls now. It's like, so this is coming from your. I felt like saying this is coming from your parents, really? And this word non-binary, where'd that come from? Your
But
parents,
doesn't that mean
society?
like? But isn't it non-binary? Wouldn't that mean like you don't look at sexuality as a binary thing, which means that you're bisexual, which means that you are not non-binary, but you are bisexuality?
No, it
You know what I'm
means
saying?
that you're not identifying as any one or the other. You're just like an it. You're, I don't
You
be
already have a
labeled.
word.
I
That's
don't be
already
labeled as
androgyny.
anything. Not
Androgyny is already a
androgyny.
word.
Androgyny is more you're both. This is none.
Androgyny is really
Neither.
Asexuality.
I think non-sexual. I mean, I don't know what. I'm still. I mean, I've been trained on this stuff, and I still confused on the actual true meaning what they're trying to get at here. What the fuck? You're a girl. You have a vagina. It's that simple. I mean, come on, really? You may feel like a boy. Okay, you're a tomboy. You're an athletic girl. You're a tough girl, but you're still a girl. You're a guy. You want to play with flowers and dress in pink. Okay, you're gay or you're feminine, whatever. You're still a guy. You're a guy that is soft and cuddly. There's a lot of guys like that. I mean, I love these hairdresser guys. They're funny. They're very artistic. They're cute, but they're guys. They're just not my kind of guy. They're just guys. Who
I mean,
cares? Why do you got to freaking have all these other terms?
well, there's pretty light loafered guys that are probably in the military too that are ready to take out bad guys as well. I don't think that there's any classification necessary for that. And like I don't know, like apparently, yeah, like it's just like playing with toys is like not necessarily what we think it is. Even you know what I mean. Just because you have boy toys or girl toys doesn't necessarily mean that I don't know. 'Cause you could probably be pretty.
Men have certain characteristics that are in your genes genetically, and some of them are apparent. Some of them are maybe subdued or repressed or maybe just inside and have not come out. And if you're in the military and you're fighting, I mean, fighting will change, wars will change as we move forward. But traditionally, you want a guy that's a badass next to you. You don't want some guy that's can't barely lift the gun and gets scared if he hears a loud noise. That guy should be in support. He should be in the map department. Back at the base.
Well, if you want somebody watching your ass, yeah.
You want a tough guy that can shoot the gun, that's athletic, that is using the genes that God gave you to perform. And if you don't have those abilities, whether you have the genes in you or not, you don't get to go play. You don't get to go be on the front lines. Just there's no sense in it. Just like you wouldn't want someone designing a computer that couldn't freaking add 2 and 2. Just because we don't have enough of these dumb people on on this team. It's really it's discriminatory, and racist, and so we need to have these people have a chance
Computers
of making
only use
computers.
ones and zeros. Why would you need to add 2 and 2?
Ones and zeros add up to larger numbers, which actually makes sense in the construction of the computer. You need to know that's even a further stretch for the mind to be able to give numerical representation to a binary type of coding. If you can't add 2 and 2, you're still not going to be able to add 0, 1, or 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, and 2 and 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, and get 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. You know. I don't know. The world's gone crazy. I've kind of given up on humanity.
Don't give up, bro. Don't give up.
I've tried
Check
to
out
help.
the video I just posted. Even a little boy knows the difference. Have a look.
They do. It's
Even
just
a
sad.
little kid knows what's right, bro.
What's up, gentlemen? Good morning.
Morning.
Holla, holla. It's pretty easy. I mean, boys have penises, girls have vaginas. Like
Yeah.
basic.
How dare you?
What are the bisexual people gonna do? You can't. Can you be bisexual when there's more than 2? I feel like they're being
You could be
discriminatory.
multisexual. Multisexual.
Like tri, quad.
Quadruple, quintal, sextal, you name it. Why limit yourself?
I just hope that medical technology gets so advanced that they can actually become all the things that they want to become. Truly, that would be great.
Oh, it's not what they want to become. Let them become whatever they want. This is about children, for me anyway. I don't think there should be any sex ed, like definitely not in grade school, right? Can start discussing it in high school, I guess, but children, they shouldn't be taught anything. Like, how would you feel if we bring a stripper, like a regular female stripper that males go to? How would you feel about that coming into class? Would you get a pole and have a woman dance naked for? No, that's ridiculous, right? So why would you have men dressed as women doing that and say it's acceptable?
I agree. Why would you even put your kids in public school? You know?
Yeah.
Because we're in the middle of the mouse utopia thing, SC. That's why we're nearing the end.
We're the beautiful ones.
I'm afraid you're right, Jeremy. While Rome was burning, the people in the center were partying, right?
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Same thing. Like they say that's what happened with ancient Rome. They were right before ancient Rome fell. They were hyper focused on gender and shit like that. The mouse utopia thing. They got their genders all confused. They weren't doing it right. Like this is what happens before collapse, I think.
yeah, it's very, very sad. Imagine the school, the teachers thinking that they have a right to teach your children about sexuality at a young age, and they think that they can overwrite your right to your child. Like, really? Really?
What if you started like an at-home business and just kept all your kids home and forced them to work, and then gave them like 2 hours a day of like schooling? But like when I say work, I don't mean like, like sweatshop type conditions. I just mean, like in a garden somewhere, like in a field, maybe like picking corn or something.
Well, that's a different issue, like work and sure, but we're talking about a fundamental thing that'll change a child forever. It's
This is gonna
ridiculous.
this is gonna sound fucked up, but I'm not really sure there's much we can do for those children other than just be a voice of reason and kind of like just speaking the truth, at least to their parents. and then raise our own kids up right, because essentially these ideals will be removed from the gene pool once people realize that it's like a death cult. But it's going to take a while. Like in 20 years, there's going to be waves of people who made extremely bad decisions about their gender and like mutilated themselves. There's going to be plenty of them. And there's probably going to be a name for them. I don't know what that name is going to be called, but it's going to essentially mean somebody who transitioned, like, you know, and then was like, whoa, this is a really bad idea. We're going to see a lot of it, I think. And yeah, there's no like ripping the Band-Aid off on this situation. It's going to be long and drawn out, kicking and screaming, unfortunately.
I've already
That's what I
seen a
think.
video, well, a couple of them, but I've seen one and I was almost in tears. There was this young girl around, I think she was 19 when she was speaking, and she transitioned when she was young, and she was saying how she regretted it. Like they mutilated her body, and the side effect was she was also losing her hair because of the testosterone. And she goes, "Look, I can't reverse this." Yeah, she looked like a bald. Yeah, it was like really heartbreaking for me to hear it. Yeah,
You wanted to look like Arnold, but you ended up looking like George Costanza. Oh,
yeah,
jeez. That's
yeah, bro.
bless their heart. Oh, that breaks my heart, man. That's so fucked up. Yeah, well, you know, I mean, that's why it is very serious, and I know it's serious. But I think it's so serious that like I don't know, the solution is going to be multifaceted and dynamic and fluid, just like their gender. You know, it's yeah, that's rough. I'm lucky that I don't have anybody in my life that's acting like that. If I
Yeah,
do, I
this
don't
is
know about it.
definitely uncharted territory we're heading into. Like I think ancient Rome wasn't like transgender, was it? It was just debauchery, like the rich were just having sex orgies but I don't think they had like freaking 80 genders. I could be mistaken, but from what
Dude,
I
I think they
remember
were.
reading,
I think things like bestiality and incest were much more commonplace. Um, so I'll tell you this: it's really bad with the sexualization of the youth right now. But if you start seeing like bestiality stuff soon, that's how you. I mean, I don't know if this is true, but I know Richard Nixon. There's a recording of him saying that the last 6 emperors of Rome were all gay, and that's like, you know, was like a sign of the downfall. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, just like the mice. No, they were all homos. Yeah, just like the mice. They get
No,
real
they were.
fucking weird. Yeah, they're all homo. They get real weird when it comes to sexuality, gender, shit like that. Like they get all fucking confused, just like the mice did.
I want you at my Thanksgiving dinner, Jeremy. No, they were homo for sure. Yeah,
Fucking
bro.
eating gay turkeys.
Bro, gawk.
I
Or
think
no, that's
even
not the
those
sound a turkey
people
makes.
would be shocked to see today's gender. I think even Caligula would be shocked. Like, what? 80 genders? What's a non-binary? Yeah.
I love how it's not even 9 a.m. and we've already been talking about the Roman Empire for like 20 minutes. That's fucking awesome, you guys. I don't know if you know, there's like a meme going around where women are asking their husbands and, you know, fathers and grandfathers about how often they think about the Roman Empire. Apparently, as men, we're thinking about it a lot.
I mean,
So
I
I don't
probably
know.
think about it 2-3 times a week at least. You
Oh,
know what I'm
dude, for
saying?
me, it's at least once a day. Whether it's a lot of times it's the aqueducts, just because I'm a couple floors up, and I have this wonderful view, and it's super flat, and there's a canal right next to me, and I see the canal. You know, like I have that like perfect perspective where like I have the canal on the left, and then I have telephone poles on the right, and you just see everything converge at the horizon. And I'm thinking about the aqueducts a lot, but also I'm a big fan of wife beaters. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Me
I'm a big
too.
fan of tank tops.
The A
Not
shirts.
people who, yeah, the little tiny shirts or whatever. But anyone ever noticed how that looks like Roman chest armor?
I know. I think that's why men like those so much.
Dude, I literally that hit me yesterday. That hit me yesterday, and I was like, huh, kind of looks like the Roman armor. I caught myself in the mirror. I was like, that's interesting.
That makes me laugh, bro. Did you guys see this TikTok video of this lady? She's got to be in her 50s. She's got these huge boobs, and she's like, no, but listen,
Post it.
she's
Post
wearing
it.
like farmer's overalls without a bra, and it's like, what the hell is this? I just saw it today. Did you guys see that?
I'm gonna
one?
need to see that and inspect this one.
Put it in the chat.
I'm like, what's going on here, man? Like, do you need that much attention? Like, you don't think if you made a video without you showing your boobs that you wouldn't get attention? Like, why would you do that? And she has like a few of them out. I don't get it.
It's like one of the very I wouldn't say few, but it's one of the weapons in a woman's arsenal for sure. You know, if you use it, if you got it, I would say.
I guess, yeah.
I heard something that kind of changed my whole perspective on just like, you know, looking at women or whatever. And it's like, don't seek attention from women, especially if they're seeking attention from everyone. You know what I'm saying? Just seek respect.
I was surprised to hear about that. What's it called? Fans only or whatever. Apparently, it's a big thing now. What is it? Only
Dude.
fans? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just found out there's like kids, or not kids, but I mean people I went to high school with, and like they're like little sisters or their little little whatevers, their siblings like have OnlyFans. Like, gee whiz, college didn't work out so well. Debts are pretty high, so I guess I'll just do whatever it is they're gonna do on there. That's cool. That's rough, man.
I didn't even know it was a thing. And then you hear girls saying, well, I made $200,000 this month. And I'm like, what? Seriously?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of men out there who are spending an insane amount of money to have, I don't even know if you'd call it a relationship, but some sort of interaction with a person of a sexual nature. Like here, I'll give you a good example. I have a friend who plays Pokemon Go. Do you know what that is?
I heard of it, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, this guy spends hundreds of dollars a month on it. Like when I was a kid, you bought a video game, it was like $45, and if you had a memory card, you were good to go, and you could like play the game, and that's it. That's your cost. You bought the PlayStation, you bought the memory card, and the game. It was like $45, and then you could play that forever, right? Whatever's going on in this game, it requires you to spend money constantly, and this guy has spent a ton of money on this game. That's literally just to have fucking Pokemon show up on your phone. Now imagine dudes who are like super perverted and they're addicted to porn, obviously, but it's not just that. They want to have the interaction with the model. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they're making $200K of whatever. What was that, a year or a month, did you say? Either one actually makes either one literally makes sense to me. I mean, think about it. There's 8.1 billion people And if you have, fuck, dude, if you got some dude spending $100 a month on you, whoo, yeah, that's crazy. A lot of text messages to respond to. A lot of.
Welcome to the sweet life.
Yeah, but then they, by the end of it, their soul is absolutely ravaged. They have absolutely, they going any amount of time where you're getting your validation through your phone because you were taking naked pictures of yourself and being paid to do so. That's going to leave a spiritual scar, and you're going to need. I mean, geez. Well, you guys know what I think, but yeah, they're going to need to go to church or something.
So you're saying just do it for free?
I don't know. Is that what Jesus would have done? Probably not. Probably wouldn't have done it at all.
So another thing that
he didn't even have an internet. Get out of here.
Another thing that surprised me, the body count. You guys heard of the body count?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. A body count. It's like, seriously, man?
Well, I think it's an apt name. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
What does it mean when a woman or a man has a high body count? Well, when a woman has a high body count, she's a whore. When a man has a high body count, he's a whore maker. Men are supposed to uphold. Dude, when a man doesn't show up to work, the world falls apart. It's like when a man doesn't show up to do his job as a man in society to like protect women and create an environment where they're not going to go running around being whores. Well, look at society. Look at what's happening. The wars. Look at the state of education and the children and politics. Like this is a result of weak men.
Yep. They wanted the women's rights. They got sold a bunch of bull, right? They want to be powerful women. Nothing wrong with that, right? You want to be a powerful woman. You want to subdue. You want to go search for your career, no problem. But there's a backlash to that, right? Women think they're men now, So it's like, it's like to the point where men are going abroad to find women. This is another new thing I found out recently. I'm like, is it that bad? Like, really?
Yeah, I think that's good, though. I'm kind of on that track as well. I'm a dual citizen with another country, and I can get a citizenship with a third, which is a European country, Portugal, and I'm definitely going to be looking for my wife abroad. I think the trick, though, this is the key. Everybody thinks getting a wife abroad is the way to go, but that's really like half the profit or half the process. The real trick is you don't bring them back to America. That's just my opinion.
Oh, you go there, you're saying?
Yeah. You got to go there. If you bring them back to America, you done fucked up. Because there's like a 65% chance they become Americanized in the first 3 years and you get divorced. Like the green card thing cannot be, it can't be a part of the equation. You got to go to them. Plus, you want to go to. I want to go to them. I want a big family. My family is completely shattered. I don't talk to my mom or my sisters or my aunts, uncles, cousins, any of them. They're just all off doing their own thing. So, like, I would like to go find a big family that I could be a part of. That would be nice.
I remember a while back, some women were scamming men. Like, for example, they would go to. I'll just pick one country, Dominican Republic. So they would go there as tourists. They would meet young girls, and the young girls would pretend that they fell in love with them, and they'd bring them back here in Canada, get married, and then 2 months later they'd leave them, divorce them. Thank you for the Canadian citizenship. See ya.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like a part of the Brazilian culture, at least the Americanized Brazilians, where Brazilian women will pay American men to do a faux marriage and get divorced in like 3 years, like a straight up business transaction, and they're serious about it. Like they'll live with they'll live with them or whatever. I've considered doing it like in my youth. Obviously, it was a fucking retarded idea. I'm so glad I never did that. But Yeah, it happens. I'm sure it happens in other cultures too.
Oh, I know a chick that married this Chinese dude like that. She gave him, or he gave her like 10 G's.
Oh, that's chump change, dude. I was offered 50, 25
They
at the
they ended up
beginning,
having a kid together.
right? Yeah, that's another thing too. Because then, what if you actually like fall in love with them? This is kind of a weird situation. But I guess if it works, it works. I really hope the zombies aren't coming, guys. I just put a bunch of stuff in the ground. We got stuff growing on. It would just kind of suck if that happened. I'm trying to grow some stuff right here at the end of the season. Hopefully the weather is nice. It's a great companion plant with strawberries is asparagus. A fun fact. They don't really go well together like as food, but planted together, they really enjoy it.
There's an actual marching band somewhere.
A marching band?
Well, it's like a quad, bass drum, and a snare, so it's at least 3 pieces. I'm about to get my cadence on, huh? All right, get ready to strut through this town. Hold on.
You gonna rap? Are we doing a rap battle?
I really wish I could rap battle.
I can't rap battle, but I will if I have to. If I'm put into like a self-defense situation, and that's like the only thing that I can do, I have to rap battle, through an entire crowd of civilians, I would do it if I had to.
Life or death. Life or
Yeah,
death scenario.
Gun to my head. Yeah, I got you.
There's a gun to your head. I like all scenarios that start off with there's a gun to your. I don't know why recently though. I've been liking those scenarios. It intensifies it. It makes it serious.
Bro. Okay, the first time I ever heard anybody say that, and it really stuck with me. I am not even joking. This is a true story. We were getting our cows preg checked by this veterinarian, and he shows up at like 8 in the morning. We have this one cow. We really weren't sure if she was pregnant, and he is up to his ear in this cow's ass. His arm is all the way, shoulder engulfed. His ear is like resting on the cow's freaking tail. And he goes, gun to my head, I don't think she's pregnant.
It's fucking great.
Yo, it was like, I enjoy any situation that starts with gun to your head or using it as, just like a quick, if I have to respond quickly and seriously, God, that is funny.
Oh, yeah, but if possible, like have your whole entire arm in some animal's orifice for sure.
Dude, that was just like too much. The funny, I didn't take any pictures of it, but I did take one picture of my friend's face because he had never seen that before, and he was just like, "What am I watching?" And the funny thing is, the guy, when it's over, he like pulls his whole arm out, and he like, pulls off this giant like arm condom, and my boss just hands him $20. Just the idea that a bunch of dudes just got together at like 8 in the morning to watch one guy stick his arm up a cow's ass for $20. He's a veterinarian, dude. It's his job. Yeah, I don't know. Something about seeing the monetary transaction right after that was just like on a whole nother level.
You had to call him a cab, or you just like left him cab money, like on the nightstand.
You want us to give you a ride home, or you good?
You all right? Okay.
Yeah, and that cow ended up not being pregnant, so he was right.
Wow, that's kind of cool because it lets you. It kind of like lets you know that you do have the capacity to make that call if you did have a gun to your head, you know. So he's probably more confident now.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, that was just his 8 a.m. appointment. I can't even imagine what the rest of his day was looking like, you know?
Yeah. Or no one's to say really that he hasn't had somebody like put a gun to his head to tell them. Yeah.
Oh, dude, like if the cartels like kidnapped him to preg check their animals,
Right. Mm-hmm.
and they're like,
You don't look at him.
like
You look at me. Okay?
they're like asking him what the gender of the freaking calf is. They're like, El Chapo wants a bull.
How'd your slaying go yesterday?
It went well.
I don't know if you caught this, but after you asked if I was using AI to make my pictures, and I was like, yeah. And then I was like, wait, slaughter is just laughter with an S in front of it.
Yeah. I try not to be weird while I'm slaughtering. I try to be pretty reverent. It's kind of a weird experience.
I know.
Seeing a knife cut through flesh like that, and just like this fountain of blood, and like the animal, like you ever like broken something and then like you like put it back together kind of shitty, you know, like a coffee mug with like super glue or whatever. You know, it still works, but it's like you could tell that you broke it. Like you could never put an animal back together once you do that. It is the final. It's the ultimate. You know, and doing it for food, you don't want to be in like you're not like goofing off. Like I don't know. If I was working at a slaughter like a capacity of slaughtering animals, somebody was with me just like laughing while they're slaughtering animals, I would be so fucking creeped out.
Just cracking jokes. It's just me and Snacks over there just fucking cracking jokes the whole time.
Yeah, that would bug me.
Jeremy's got like raps and stuff.
What was that one? It was this TikTok or YouTube video I saw one time where there was a restaurant and you had to go. He's like, yeah, I'll have the filet mignon. And the guy's like, all right. And they put him in a room, give him a knife, and there's just a cow in him. And he's like, what the fuck?
Oh, I remember that.
He's like, you know what? I changed my mind. I'm
just
going to have
started
the salad.
stabbing the cow. He should have just gone for it. That would have made for great television.
Just like shanking it like he's in prison.
Just go John Wick.
He's like, oh, all right, man. California's got some wild restaurants. All right.
And there was the other one from 30 Rock where you go to a restaurant. It's for rich people. You go to a restaurant. There's a kid in an area playing with a bunny rabbit. And then somebody orders the bunny rabbit, and then the kid has to watch the guy eat the rabbit. It's fucking crazy.
We were actually, my friends and I are talking about getting some meat rabbits.
That's how I refer to them too, meat rabbits. Absolutely.
Yeah, we had some pigs about a year ago, and
Meat pigs or regular type?
no meat pigs. Well, actually, these are lard pigs, for rendering lard. But the pig pen that we had them in before the LA County made us get rid of them. I dug up like all the soil in their pen, and it's just been like sitting there for a year. It's just a bunch of like stomped on pig shit and pig piss, and it made for some really nice soil. So definitely want to get some more animals so we can just start working that again. I'm talking like 50 cubic feet of like really nice soil. That's expensive AF, by the way.
Check this out, guys. I ran into this TikTok video and I was thinking of you, you guys that you want to leave the grid and so on and farming, whatever. Check this out with the chickens.
Bro, we can't leave the grid. I'm with you on this one, Nancy. This is our ship. We're not giving this fucking ship up. Are you crazy? I want my iPhone, all that shit. Internet. What are we doing here?
Hell yeah,
But
man.
it has to start with the food though. We have to regain control. In ancient Rome, whoever controlled the food supply controlled Rome. You had total
Here we go.
control of
Back to
Rome.
Rome. Let's go.
If you control the food supply of ancient Rome, I'm not kidding because it was all grain that came in because they had so many people to feed. So if you controlled that grain supply, you had control of Rome. Do not have control of ourselves because we do not control the grain supply. It
Yeah,
has to start there, Essie. It has to start there, Essie. There's no doubt. It has to start there.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing. Food is the most important, actually. Yeah.
Some people say bullets. Some people say ballots. I say bellies.
Bellies. That's right. We gotta keep the bellies full. We got fucking mouths to feed over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, their mouths have to be fed. We have to feed people.
Well, it's a known fact. Armies march on their bellies, right? If you can't feed your army, it's over.
That's right. And right now, we don't control our bellies, bro. Like, they control everything. Even if, all the food supply, like, you can't even, first of all, you can't even do it without oil. Like, our food structure would fucking crumble if the oil stopped coming. So there's that.
Yeah, look, it's not that hard, right? All you need is space. Chickens and rabbits. Chickens and rabbits could sustain. Yeah, with little feed. I think those two animals could do a lot.
You want some ducks?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, all kinds, right? But these are easy to take care of, right? Chickens for eggs. You can slaughter some of them too. Rabbits for meat. You know, they breed like rabbits. The old saying, right? So
Real hot Mikey there, Spidey Pet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm putting the dishes away. My bad, guys.
So, you're not looking for paper clips in a junk drawer?
No, I'm SE. Please, I'm sorry. My bad, bro.
Yeah. So, chickens.
So you live in a hot climate, right? You can get one of these cages there. You have grass on your land. Bugs come there naturally. Just put them in a cage like that and just roll them. Move it at once a day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it's
you
good.
roll the cage around. So you, go ahead,
Yeah.
go ahead, Sam. You know what else is good for the chickens? You get one of those laser zappers. You know the things the bugs fly into with the blue light is like, zzz, and then it kills them. You just put one of those outside, but you take the bottom off it, so the bugs just fall on the ground. And then you got like a little, the chickens will just go there and eat all the dead bugs.
Now that's easy for a warm climate, right? But us up in the north, it's a whole different ball game.
You could have chickens in cold climates, so
Yeah, you're gonna have to
you gotta
rely on
have feed.
technology. You gotta
You gotta
heat.
have
Yeah.
feed. Yeah, you could. I mean, you could heat their shit up with fire, but yeah, you gotta have feed for them for the winter.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't know if they'll make it.
You gotta stock up on feed. Yeah.
Greenhouses. The North's not bad, dude. Like like, bro, we have the technology to make an area that can get sunlight warm here with thermal mass and greenhouses and glass and shit like that. So like even as far north Canada as Les Stroud is, you could grow shit in his area all year round, bro. Greenhouses, easy peasy. You get a greenhouse and then you get some fucking black shit in there, some black metal or a black fucking 55-gallon drum or something. The sun hits it, and the black stuff absorbs the sunlight. It's like a solar air heater It's like a giant solar air heater, basically. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but you could do that in a greenhouse. You could also have fire to warm it if you get a lot of non-sunny days. Like there's a lot of ways where even in the north we could grow food all year round nonstop.
You can do it with technology, or you're gonna have to cut a lot of wood and use horses. So it's up to you, right? But you can
Well, just
definitely
think
do it.
about your house. Well, just think about the windows in your house. Like I don't know, if you had a plant in front of a window, you could just grow that plant there all year round. No,
Not when it's minus 20 outside.
no, inside the house. You're inside your house. You got a window, south facing window. You could just grow a plant there all year round. No,
You got heat, yeah,
heat
and
in your
water.
house. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
You're gonna have heat and water. Yeah, if you're in your house.
You can have a garden. You can have a garden in the back. You just have like put glass all around. You have a heater inside. You warm everything up. Sure, you can do it year round. Or you can do hydroponics completely indoor, or with soil and lights. I mean, but you need technology. You need power. Can't just do it.
Yo,
If you want to do it just with the sun, you need horses,
if the
or you
sun
have to
stopped,
stock a lot of wood, man. A lot of wood.
if the sun stopped right now, just all of a sudden there was like no sun, no sunlight. We do have the technology to be fine. I don't know for how long, but we could definitely be fine for a long time.
If the sun were to stop suddenly, are you kidding me? We're not ready for that.
Yeah,
It'd be like
We're not ready
millions of
for it.
people, millions of deaths.
Yeah, we're not ready for that, but we humans could, sir. We do have the technology to outlive that. Though. Not
Coffee
all of us.
tables. Coffee tables take us most of us out. You know, in the dark, you fucking kick the coffee table. You know what I mean? Walk into that. Legos on the ground.
Stuff this
In
shit
the
out here.
dark.
So yeah, we'd be getting all fucked up at first, but we'll work through it.
See what North just posted? An ecosystem. They tried that now. Unless this is something new, North, it failed 2 times. They
A
tried to do
biodome.
yeah.
Earth 2. I've been to the one out in Arizona. Cool.
You would have to, have the proper building materials, the proper wood. You would also have to have ventilation and, of course, heat and all of these things. But it can be done. It's not like it can't be done.
Like the one out in the was it Arizona? Like that one has a whole separate building, just basically as a lung, because the amount of expansion that the air does in the entire complex is enough to pop the glass off. So they have to like take that pressure and do something with it, which is actually an interesting maybe power source, but maybe not. I don't know.
No, but so far it cannot be done without the ventilation that North mentioned. A complete biosystem cannot be done. They're saying they want to go to the moon and do it. They can't even do it on Earth. Never mind the moon and Mars. It's a fairy tale, a complete and utter fairy tale.
I have like isolated, closed, not isolated, but like closed system. You have to make a closed system here on Earth, and see that humans can survive a year, 2 years, and there's no issues before you can even start sending people to Mars. If that was a place you could actually land on and set up shop.
Yeah, they tried
Yeah,
it twice, and they failed both times.
every proper greenhouse is going to have some ventilation. Most will have a fan. They'll have a heat source that they can provide heat, but they'll also have a fan to exhaust and to bring fresh air in.
Well, we're talking about 2 different things, a greenhouse and a sustainable closed environment. Those are 2 different things. Yeah, a greenhouse can be done anywhere, even in minus 40. You can even do it in Antarctica if you want. That's not a problem, as long as there's sun. But even without the sun, but a complete biodome, like a recreation of the Earth, was tried twice. They had water, they had sand, they had rainforest, they had desert, they had everything, fish, they had plants to take in the CO2 and reproduce oxygen, the whole thing, right? They just couldn't do it. They had all the experts, the top experts in the world. They couldn't do it.
Why doesn't terrariums automatically survive for long ass time?
Well, there's one guy that I guess we all know that picture of the guy who has the terrarium. He said he only watered it once in 40 years.
Yeah, I mean, there's more.
But there's only plants in there. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
the
a
top is
complete
open,
biosystem, that's never been done.
No, tops are closing most.
so he never opens the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
He opened it once, he said, in 40 years or 30 years. Yeah.
And it's in his house, correct? So he's got a controlled environment in his house, and is it in his house or is it outside?
I think he has it in his house.
That would be another factor.
Yeah.
Just like when you're incubating, like if you incubate eggs, I've heard a lot of people say, I'm going to go buy an incubator so I can incubate some eggs. And I say to them, man, just build a wooden box, 17 inches by 17 inches, and leave a little hole for ventilation. Put you a little cup of water in the bottom, maybe a sponge, and a 60-watt light bulb or a 100-watt light bulb will do, and that'll keep the temperature at 99 to 100 degrees. If your house stays at a comfortable 70, 75 degrees or 80.
Yeah, here's a picture of one of those biodomes. Everybody believes in in, in Musk, whatever his name is. Oh, we're gonna go to Mars. We're gonna build a colony. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well,
In your dreams.
Musk has been talking about setting off nukes or atom bombs or some shit on Mars to try to terraform it or whatever that's called.
Yeah. Pipe dreams.
This guy tells you how to build it a close terrarium, with self-sustainable. So it's kind of weird that some dude off his off of someone could build it.
Yeah, but don't forget, there's no animals in there, right? It's just plants.
I know there's some that have animals in it. I've
Do
heard of
they?
people
I
that
never
have,
seen any of those.
yeah, heard of people that have had like some micro animals and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't know why we can't do it. All we need is enough. We need to make sure the air is right for us to breathe and grow food. And we need to have the ability to grow food inside it. And then we need to have enough water. Like, I don't see why we couldn't do it.
Yeah, because we're not the creator. It's undoable. You can't create a
I mean,
self-sustaining. Can't be done.
it
Well,
seems
so far.
doable. It sounds doable, though.
Well, the top
Yeah, look
people
what
that
I
we
just
have
said.
couldn't do it twice. The top engineers couldn't do it twice, so I don't know how doable it is.
Well, they didn't have me on it now, did they?
They needed you on the team, Jeremy.
Me
Look
and
here, guys.
Elbow,
This
we
is
should
how
have
it's
sorted it
done.
out straight away.
Get that
Yeah.
thing done.
Now think about it, man. We're in
I
a
mean,
machine. Water, food, everything, resources, gas. It's all there.
Found a list.
Animals to eat.
I found a list of pests that are good for terrarium. The one I think
And that's
I saw somebody do was with isopods.
terrarium with pets. I gotta see that to believe it. And how long? Because you gotta think of everything, right? Not only the food that goes in, right? You gotta think of what comes out as well. Like, sorry to be gross, but
Yeah, I mean, I think that all
yeah, you
that.
gotta have a.
You know,
Go ahead, Elbow.
no, go ahead.
They have a thing. They used to build these homes called Earth ships, right? They were pretty big because they're like self-sustaining homes most of the time, depending on what you do. But anyways, they have a thing, an aquaponics system in there where you poop and pee into the tank. Then they got these special plants that like filter the shit out. Then you got the fish in the water, and it's crazy. And it's just like this whole ecosystem using your poop and pee.
As disgusting as that sounds, you just reminded me of something. They were talking to this deep diver. Now, I don't know how true that is because it was also an astronaut. So on the deep dives, apparently, when they go and poop, they poop into how can you explain it, like an opening in the water, and apparently when you go and do your business, you see a whole bunch of fish, like it's feeding time. They gather up. So maybe there is a way to do it, as disgusting as it sounds, but hasn't happened yet.
No, they did it with the Earth ships. They were doing it using the pee and the poop for the humans. They pee and poop and then put the poop in a thing, and then the plants and the fish, and then you got not only that, you get fish out of it. Tilapia they were growing.
Okay, you got rid of the poop situation. Now, how about the oxygen? Scrubbing the excess CO2 out
Bro,
of
easy,
your enclosure. There's so
bro.
many
This is
things.
simple stuff, man. Me and Elbow in one weekend to figure this whole shit out, bro.
Then you should write to this biodome
This
guys,
shit
tell
is
them that
child's play.
you messed up, guys. Me and Elbow are gonna fix this.
Bro, they got snake plants. I think they're called snake plants. They said like 6 of them is enough plants to scrub all the CO2. 6 snake plants for one adult human.
Bro, they had the
Like
top bark in this.
if you were in a sealed room with 6 of these plants, you wouldn't die from the air.
So you think these botanists, the top guys that they had there, top scientists, like they didn't know this? You think?
I
never
have
heard
no
of
idea what
this.
they were doing. I don't know what they were doing, Essie. Bro, you know how these scientists, heliocentric dudes are, man. They're not using their fucking head, bro. You got to think outside the box for some of this stuff.
I don't know how many of you enjoy apples, but something interesting about the apple, you can take all the seeds out of one apple, and each of those seeds produce a different flavor, a different kind of apple. It won't be 100% the same as what it came from. And I think more people should plant the apples. And I'm sure everyone's heard the stories of Johnny Appleseed, right? And he was going and planting the seed. And a lot of our apples are just, 3 or 4 different varieties in the grocery store, and they're all grafted to another rootstock. So I think it's cool to experiment with what we have just to see what we can get. Even if you're going to make, like apple wine or brandy or whatever you're going to make out of it, if you're not, or cider, or if you're not going to eat it, depending on the flavor, it would just be cool to see where it would go instead of holding everything back. This genetic code that's in everything, it's kind of like we're restraining it from what it could possibly be.
Yo, you ever had those queen ladies or pink ladies, I think they're called? I forget what kind of apple it is, but it's like a friggin' Macintosh on steroids. Awesome.
A pink? No, I haven't had that one. I've had the Macintosh and the Fuji and several other different kinds, the Granny Smith, and some of the old apples we used to grow around my land. I mean, there's no comparison to the stuff we used to grow on my land and the things in the grocery store. It's crazy, man.
It's probably gonna end up like what was the movie with Matthew McConaughey? McConaughey? I don't know how to say his name. When he swam into the black hole or some shit. Remember that? But the problem in that movie was we fucked the full food system up. We were like about to starve to death.
What was that? I never seen that. What was that?
I think it was Interstellar or something.
Yeah, seen that movie. What about the movie?
In that movie, that was the problem, was the food. Like, we couldn't grow crops anymore or some shit because we fucked all the food up.
The whole
Yeah,
system and whatnot.
yeah. Once you don't let it, like I was saying, this code that's within it, we're kind of restraining it. And people will tell you to rotate crops. Like, if you're going to grow watermelons in one place, don't grow them there the next year, because all of the bugs and the diseases have been attracted to that place that love watermelon. So, to me, if you're going to have one kind of apple, right? And I've heard this years ago from some guy, I forgot who he was, but he said all of the pests and the diseases, it takes them not very long of a time to break the code to get into that plant to destroy it. It's kind of like a bank robber cracking a safe, right? And if you give them enough time, they're going to find out what to do. And I think that's the problem with what is it, the Macintosh bananas or whatever they're called, whatever kind of bananas they're called. They're having a problem with diseases and stuff now, and people are scared they're not going to have any more. And I heard that several years back. But yeah, man, if you don't let this genetic code kind of show us what it can do, and you just restrain it, and you let all these diseases, I mean, pests and everything, man, they're getting stronger, it seems, and the plant's weaker.
Have you heard of have you heard of gray matter? I know. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Dysel. We hear
Just the quiet just a little bit longer.
Yo,
you. He would have left.
What's up, Dice?
what's going on? You guys are fucking with me, huh? All right.
Did you like the shit show the other night? It was right up your fucking alley, huh?
I don't know if I was there. Yeah, I don't think I was there for that. But if, North, have you ever heard of gray matter?
Stuff in your skull.
Huh?
In your brain?
No, gray, like the color gray.
You talking about the
Yeah.
gray goo? You talking about the
Yeah,
gray
gray.
goo, the doomsday scenario?
Nah, there's there's what's called gray matter. Like, basically, it's like uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, there's no
Non-binary.
there's no like bio breakdown to it. Like, there's nothing that plants can feed off of it. You can't eat it. Like, it just doesn't do anything. They call it gray matter. And yeah, like if you had something like a bacteria or a creature that defecated something that didn't have a purpose to it, in biology, like the breakdown of it, they call it gray matter. But
If there was something
yeah.
like that, we'd be up to our necks in it right now.
Well, yeah.
There is nothing like that. Yeah, there's nothing like that.
I'm just saying, like, if he lets this whole genetic code play out, like, what if something like that happened? You know what I mean? Like, this fucking thing, whatever it was, evolved into something that was just a detriment to fucking the world as we know it.
Like if worms started pooping out this gray matter shit, it would just start filling up the whole earth. Yeah.
Right. Ants are kind of like that. Like I don't think I think ants are far more destructive than they are beneficial. They're kind of like a gray matter to a degree.
You said ant?
Ant poop?
Ants, yeah. Ants destroy a shit ton of stuff. They don't really benefit the world too much.
What about anteaters, man? Pangolins.
Yeah, there's not enough anteaters, bro.
I heard about some gravy this morning. I don't know if you guys are interested, but there's this document I posted. You can it's how to make
The
a mint
scripture.
how to make a mint the cryptography of anonymous electronic cash. It's a 1997 NSA document, and it's interesting because it's talking about like their future plans with crypto and everything. And in one of the first pages, one of the author, or not the first pages, but it says here, what page is this? But it has interesting authors. One guy is called Tatsuaki Okamoto, or like similar to the other guy's name, Satoshi Nakamoto, the alias for like the founder of Bitcoin. But I'm looking into this because, like, you know, some people say, oh, it's a Japanese guy, or it's a Russian, or it's kind of a mysterious guy who this Satoshi Nakamoto
David
is.
Shorts, bro.
But
It's David
apparently
Shorts.
there's leads to the NSA, which is insane. Because I wasn't expecting an American organization, but it could very well be an American organization. And then when you read this document, it all makes sense. And this goes back to 1997. It says the research essay was prepared by NSA employees in the furtherance of the study of cryptography. The contents of the report do not necessarily represent the position or policies of the U.S. government, the Department of Defense, or the National Security Agency. The authors are mathematical cryptographers at the National Security Agency's Office of Information Security Research and Technology. But it's talking about electronic cash and the benefits of crypto. And this was a vision of theirs long ago. I know some here, you know, are proponents of crypto. I'm just trying to bring some evidence to the table. I'm still neutral. I'm not really picking sides. It does seem better than the fiat dollar, but I don't know.
Yeah, try to stay with that fiat dollar. Maybe that's free of CIA and FBI and probably right. They're not messing with it. Yeah, okay.
Way better than the
Exactly.
dollar. The dollar is inflationary. Crypto, you know, I mean, some cryptos are, but I mean, if you get a good crypto, then it's not going to be. There's going to be no inflation to it. Zero inflation. Basically, you might have deflation because people lose wallets and shit. So there's not going to be any inflation with a good crypto.
But what to add some corroborative evidence is that there's an algorithm that Bitcoin uses. It's actually called SHA-256. You can look it up. SHA-256. And apparently
And that's developed by the NSA.
Yeah. Yep. It's a cryptographic hash function designed by the NSA that generates an almost unique 256-bit, 232-bit signature for a given text input. And it's, you know, this is what Bitcoin uses. So there's NSA all over this thing.
Everything uses that. I mean, it's mostly everything. Everything is sent through the web. Everything.
Cashless society.
And it's illegal to know the actual number. There's some number associated with it that you can't actually even put out internet, whatever.
I mean, I'm not a coder, so that's out of my area. But yeah, man, just interesting.
I just got back. What happened? You were talking about crypto, line.
Yeah, that
Yeah, he was
apparently.
saying XRP. He was saying XRP ain't shit. It's gonna flop. There's no future to it. All that.
There ain't no future in your front, kid. So what were you saying about Satoshi Nakamoto? That's like when I had to drop out.
Now that there's connections to that name being an employee of the NSA, but that name is a fictional name. It's a fictitious name. It's an alias, but it's what would you call it? It's a twist on his actual name. But
Gotcha.
that's not. But I brought up this other thing. SHA-256, whatever it's called. Let me see. Yeah, SHA-256 or SHA-2, which is like an algorithm. Apparently it says here it's a set of cryptographic hash functions designed by the United States National Security or the NSA, right? And this is an algorithm or a hash function that Bitcoin uses. But then you get into I'm like I said, I'm not a coder, so I can't. I don't know what I'm looking at beyond this.
So you're saying crypto's bad, basically? Is that what you're getting at?
No, like I for the longest I've been wondering about the origins of Bitcoin and who started it. I didn't know if it was the Japanese. I suspected it was like Japanese intelligence trying to, put their foot in the door to be like, a leading political power in the current political sphere, or not political sphere, but political plane.
I was
As
watching.
soon as
I was watching.
North wasn't, or hold on, he wasn't done. We were both trying to get in, but he wasn't done with his never-ending monologue. Go ahead, Line.
Nah, I'm good. I'm all set. You good?
I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead, Dyslow.
Threw me off. I was hearing something about David Schwartz from basically is he the CTO of Ripple? He was like one of the original developers of the Bitcoin or some shit. I don't know. I'll have to find the video, repost it for you. But there's a lot of speculation about him being the originator, like actual Satoshi Nakamoto.
Bro, I have a perfect south-facing pitched roof on my house. Like the whole half of my house is south-facing, almost perfectly. It's just slightly off, but as soon as one of the kids move out, I'm getting a fucking Bitcoin miner, and I'm gonna be mining Bitcoins. I used to do it, but I don't have the room now. And as soon as the kid moves out, I'm up in there. Get the cell phones going right next to the Bitcoin miner. Boom.
All right, so I found the video. I'll post it if you want, if you're interested. But either way.
So what? The NSA started Bitcoin. Now what? They probably made Facebook and a whole bunch of other shit.
All roads lead to
That's
Rome.
what I was.
Oh,
That's
that's
what I
a
was trying to
fact.
figure. What's his ultimate point here?
Well, I'm not sure about Facebook specifically. I think Facebook was more of like a DARPA initiative or whatever. I don't even know, man. Who knows? They're all connected. But you got CIA, NSA, DEA, FBI. You got all these organizations. TSA.
It's the Alphabet Gang.
Then there's like non-letter agencies.
Or ATF. Tobacco and Drug Enforcement. Come knocking on
Yeah,
your
the
door.
ATF, the DEA, the FDA. I mean, holy shit, bro! You could probably do almost the whole alphabet. You got the ADA, the ATF, the I mean, Jesus, you can make a whole list
And then there's
alphabetically or chronologically.
the MAFIA. How about that?
WHO.
You know, there's like some organization called the WHY. We had never heard of it though.
That was good. That was good, Snacks. I like where your head's at.
Hey, thanks, Jeremy.
Well, if you got the who and the why, then you got to have the what. The what, and the but organization. I'm surprised more people aren't buying XRP, dude. They just had their party. Did you see that shit? I think it went down in New York. Shit was like, I forgot how many blocks long, the line to get in.
That's for the birds, bro.
Oh, we can hear your heels clicking.
That's unpacking my cigarettes. I was hearing it in fucking the echo coming out. And your delayed mic. That's crazy. But
You gonna get an XRP tattoo?
I was thinking about it. Maybe do the what's the one with the fucking hot iron?
You need like XRP jail tats, like you're crying XRP out your eye and stuff.
I'm crying. I'm shitting out XRP tokens. That'll be my tramp stamp. But yeah, fucking XRP, bro. That's where it's at.
Do people even get tramp stamps anymore? I don't think so. I think that's no. Maybe they do still.
Yo, Snacks, you get the information I sent you? That's pretty interesting, right?
I haven't had time to look at it yet, but yeah, it does look interesting.
Now it's not a dodo bird, but
anecdotal evidence.
Some interesting stuff. Nah, it's supposed to be an alignment or something going on October 3rd. In Vedic astronomy or astrology. Ketu is a green comet.
You know I'm down with my Vedas.
I think it's a green comet or something like that. And Mars. But the god is riding like I thought first. I'm like, is that a dodo bird? Because I know I talked to you about Pete and the dodo bird, and I'm like, what the heck's good with this dodo bird? Like, what's up with this? Like, it just keeps coming up in my head. Well, bro, I seen this alignment. It's supposed to come
It's been
October
programmed.
3rd.
Good.
There's a lot of stuff going on this month because it's supposed to be like harvest moon or I don't know, man. I know it's a different calendar, so not my calendar, but on their calendar, there's like 2 full moons, or in the Gregorian. You heard about that?
No, I'm not paying attention.
2 full moons in 30-day period.
Yeah. Okay.
And you got a green comet, October 3rd, aligning with Mars somehow, man. But that's not really the main point here. The main point is that there's like this god in the ancient Vedic writings that's riding on like this bird, and it reminds me of the bird that Pete's always posting. It's mad funny. Let me show you. I'm trying to find it right here. That's supposed to be Ketu. But that bird looked weak. I mean, you know what I mean? It don't look like, doesn't look ferocious, angry or anything, or you know what I mean? It's interesting. Some stuff floating around.
I mean, that doesn't look like a dodo bird, though.
No, it doesn't. But it kind
It
of looks like a what is it?
kiwi bird almost. It looks like a kiwi.
When Mars comes in contact with a shadow planet, Rahu or Ketu, it forms Angarak Yog. And if you haven't guessed it by the name, Angarak Yog is not the yog you would want to happen often. But this is Vedic stuff. But now that it is here, let's see how it is going to affect the world on an individual level. But it's just interesting.
Wait, so what's the other guy riding a donkey or something?
I don't know. It looks like a horse.
Okay. It's interesting to think about. You know, I always think about the domestication of horses, as other people do. And, you know, they say it happened in the steppes. You know what I mean? And Russia, Mongol area, right? And then that kind of comports with the Scythian and the Sarmatian people, right? And you would say the same thing. But what if it's not? And what if like we're somewhere in India well before? You know what I mean? And then those guys are like, hey, we can just go anywhere. We got horses. And you're like, yeah, we'll just take this Indian thing around with us. I don't know. So many things get all the way, to like Crete and like Pompeii and stuff like that on frescoes. And you're like, well, that's coming from India. You know what I mean? So like, how did it get there? Like, I don't know. Just a thought. I'm getting all Vedic with it here. That's all.
And once again, crypto has definitely killed the conversation.
What do you mean? Jeremy loves the crypto conversation. He keeps on about it, talking about it all the time. Great combo. What you talking about?
I don't know how much left there is to talk about it. I didn't even bring that up. I was fucking lying.
I did bring that up.
It's fine. I mean, everyone should get a little bit of crypto at least. It'd be smart to diversify, I saw a guy on TikTok. He said, these are the 5 assets I would have in my basket. Oh, shit.
Was it good way?
One of them was... I mean, I'm gonna have to run it by Good White and see if this is correct. But these are the 5 things the guy said you should be holding. One of them was gold. Another one was silver. Another one was Bitcoin. And then there was 2 currencies in it. One was the U.S. dollar, because we're the military superpower in the world. Guess what the last one was? Swiss
XRP.
franc. Nope.
Slim,
No, dude.
Slim
No,
Jims.
not even close. The Swiss franc, because they're the banking capital of the world.
The bacon capital of the world?
Banking.
– Franco.
Banks. Swiss bank account. I got all my shit in the
Franco.
Cayman Islands, but
What?
that was a joke. I don't have any Swiss
Oh.
Cayman Island bank account. But yeah,
Nah, I
those were
mean,
the
You got a
five
Swiss
things.
Miss account.
if you got an offshore bank
Swiss
account,
Miss.
that's
All my
on you,
money's in
bro.
hot cocoa.
That's what's up. I don't have that much money, so I don't need to worry about that. You know what I mean? If I had that much money, I'd definitely get an offshore account. No taxes.
Ultimately, it sounds crazy all the time, but like as humans, money's holding us. It's done good for us in the past, but ultimately, like money is a giant waste, dude. You should have seen how many quarters. You know how many quarters they make a day? It's fucking nuts, dude. The amount of energy and effort we put as humans into this whole money thing. You know what I'm saying? We're not making smart decisions because of it. We're wasting energy and effort on making it and using like it's crazy. It's crazy. The future of humanity, there's not money. Money's not in it, as far as I can see.
That's some shit some broke ass fool would say.
But it's not somebody would say that they didn't have no XRP. I mean, the amount of bad decisions that have been made because of money, I don't even think you could count them all. From big to small levels. You know, people are out there committing crimes, robbing people and shit for money. We're poisoning people on a mass level because, like, it's just crazy. The bad things we're doing just to get money, and that's the whole point of capitalism, right? Get money. Disregard females, acquire currency. That's what capitalism's all about.
I mean, I don't know. Capitalism gets a bad rep because there's a lot of like propaganda from the left.
Bro, the biggest things going on in capitalism is like big pharma, big oil, all these big corporations and shit. They're not doing shit that's right for humanity. They're doing shit that's right to get money. It even gets a bad rap, bro. There's nothing like the end game of capitalism is not good. Not good at all.
You're right.
If the whole goal is to just get money and not prosper as humans, then what the fuck are we doing?
Getting
The
money,
thing
bro.
is,
Like my end game would be to have humans advance spiritually, technologically, all kinds of stuff, medically. That's not what capitalism does, though. They don't give a fuck about that. Their whole goal is to just get money. Just keep getting money. The more money you get, the better. They're trying to win at capitalism.
Crypto is
thing is, right now, like even if you look at any hierarchy anywhere, whether in nature or in civil society, there's always going to be, it's a dog eat dog world, literally. Like animals eat animals, you know.
Yeah, but the thing
Capitalism
is, though,
is
all the
basically
ants,
consumption. We're consumers, right? We're society as a whole. We're consumers.
because they're trying to get money. If it wasn't about the money thing, there wouldn't be this whole consumption.
It would still exist. This is where it's
We
a
would still
philosophical thing.
consume. We would still consume, but it wouldn't be at the rate we're consuming now. We're only consuming like this because of things like planned obsolescence and shit like that.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. No, that I mean that right there shows how society has evolved to be materialistic to the point where now we have no regard for the earth, right? Where we just consume, and we create things that we don't know the side effects, what it's going to do to the environment, the animals, the ecosystem. Human beings don't really care about the long-term effects. You know what I'm saying? And like, yeah, like pollution and the riverways and pesticide, all this stuff, it all adds because of our consumption, right? Because that's just human beings are naturally consumers, bro. And the more you have in a populated area, the more toxins, sewage, and oh, man, it's a logistical nightmare, dude. You know what I mean?
Did you guys see the video of Elon Musk over at the border, southern border?
Oh my goodness, dude.
He's got a fucking cowboy hat on with some aviator glasses and shit. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know.
But entropy, atrophy, decay, toxicity, all these things are part of the environment that we live in. And in every hierarchy, you're gonna have a low class, a middle class, and a high class. So you're gonna have class systems, classism. It's inevitable. And there are rules in the natural law that if you know them, you can build an inheritance. You can build wealth, generational wealth, and you can pass it on to your children, and then they can continue to build on it and on interest, which is what the most famous people in the world
Sounds
have
like they're talking
done.
about XRP.
Yeah, they it builds interest over generations and generations, and then next you're like at the top, you're the cream of the crop in the world because your family were smart with their finances, and they invested in land, and that's how these people got big, man. But they used their power to then pillage economies. But yo, like you gotta okay, so I'm not promoting America, the side of America that Hollywood and the industry when it comes to fashion and materialism and 22-inch chrome rims or whatever, Jordans and gold chains and all these lustful apparels and stuff. I'm not trying to promote that part of capitalism either, because there is an ugly side to all that commerce. It's vain, vanity. Even drugs and all this, like selling drugs and being the one with the most icy bling. That's not what it's all about. Capitalism. When I talk about capitalism, I'm talking about free market capitalism, like where it's a fair market, so that economies can thrive in a way that's fair and just. And like if a business goes out of business, the government is not gonna step in and bail them out. They're just naturally gonna die, and then it gives room for new companies to grow, and the market's free. It's not being manipulated, controlled by any means. But that's not what we have right now. What we have is it's fake capitalism, because it's basically they're suppressing technologies, right? They're suppressing technologies. They don't want to advance technology. They want to keep us using technologies that are not as efficient, and they control they manipulate the prices for the oil. They manipulate the prices for electricity and coal. And it's a rat race now, bro. And we're just consumers, and they control the market. It's not a free market. We're not allowed to have property. We're not allowed to have wealth and build wealth. That's against the UN's objective for humanity. I mean, we can still build property, man. We can still have property, but it's just every year it just gets harder on us. Yeah, that UBI, man, universal basic income. That's some crazy stuff, man. If they implement that, man, that's some crazy stuff. And then you got that, and then you got a limited supply that you can withdraw a day.
Dude, if they implement UBI, you might as well get rid of money. There's no point in having money at that point. Literally no point in having money, bro. What's the money even doing? Where does that money even come from?
It's like expanding Social Security. I mean, you got a lot of old people that depend on $1,800 a month, dude. That's what they get. That's their allowance. That's it, dude. I mean, they survive off of that. Some old people, bro. It's just enough for some milk and eggs, some cheese.
Bro,
You know
I
what I'm
barely
saying?
make more than 1,800 a month. Like I'm very close to that range. So it's not bad. I wish I could have 1,800 a month from sitting home.
I feel you, bro. But I'm just saying, it's enough to get by. But if they implement that to nationwide and just give everybody an allowance,
Yeah, but
is that
where's
a
that money
benefit?
come from, though? Where's
Jeremy, you
that
don't
money
even
come
need
from?
that, man. Cause I know you got the trust fund and shit.
I got $50 worth of XRP. I ain't sweating it. No, but seriously, where's that UBI money come from? It's got to come from somewhere. We just print it out of nowhere. That's it. You know what the
Yeah,
inflation is
man.
going to look like if we just print that off? Crazy, bro. Did you see the inflation that happened just now? Or with the whole pandemic thing? How much your grocery bills are and shit? Like, it's because of inflation. They printed off like 3 trill just now. And that's a drop in a bucket compared to what you'd have to print off every month to give every American $1,800 or whatever. Like, you'd be spending a dozen eggs would be like $35,000 or some shit after a fucking couple years.
The amount of money that they're spending on Ukraine, man, they could have been giving us UBI for the last 10 years. The amount of money that they spent in Afghanistan and Ukraine, dude, they got mad money, bro. It's like they got endless money. But what it is, it enslaves the whole world. That's the whole crazy thing about it, is that the fiat dollar, they've been able to print money endlessly, and the leverage isn't against us but against the world population. So like, if first, our spending doesn't manifest here initially, it manifests in third world countries and in Russia and in China, and then we feel the effects last. And that's why the whole world is mad at us, because they're waking up to the whole OPEC and the petrodollar, and how we've managed to do that to the whole world. We've literally enslaved the whole world, bro. The Federal Reserve has, with the banksters in Israel and stuff. It's crazy, bro. That's why the world hates Israel and America. But nobody wants to talk about that. I seen a video with Marina Abramovich. She's been popping up in the media. Apparently, she's gonna become like some ambassador or some. She's gonna hold some political position. Forget what country, but it was very controversial because she's like a renowned Satanist. It's alleged, acclaimed, self-acclaimed. What she call it? Spirit cooker, and she said she was being interviewed and she was asked about Trump, and she said she adores Trump and that Trump's a great magician. And this is coming from a witch who has people like the Kardashians like idolize her. You know, Lady Gaga idolizes her. Jay-Z idolizes her. There's Podesta and even CIA and Hillary have connections to her. Like this lady, like what is she like? She's an artist. That's it. How the hell does she have all this power? And why are all these famous people like looking up to her?
Well,
Like she like
you know how the elite dodge taxes. It's through art. Sometimes
oh
they'll
shit.
have somebody they'll have somebody whip up a picture or something or a painting, and they'll say, "All right, I give you a mill for this." They'll bring it to their appraiser friend, be like, "Yo, make this shit worth 5 mil or 10 mil or whatever." They'll be like, "Boom, all right, it's worth 10 mil. There you go." They get a little kickback, 200 grand, whatever. I don't know the exact dollar amounts, but now you have a painting you paid $1 million for that's worth 10 million, and you donate it to a museum or charity or some shit, and now you have a $10 million tax write off for $1 million or 100 grand or whatever the dollar. It's not really relevant, but you see how it works there. So I mean, that could be why.
Yeah, I wasn't
Are
thinking
her
that, man.
paintings worth a lot, or
You got a point, dog. That's a good way to money launder, yeah, using art. I forgot about that.
well, it's tax evasion. It's just straight up. It's like legal tax evasion.
So they all love her, and she said that Trump's a great magician. I don't know what that even means. Like, but Trump got some weird history, bro. His lineage and where he comes from in Scotland. He's connected to some crazy bloodlines. These family lines go back, dude. Yo, this song, I actually like this song too. And the one she did with Jay-Z. This was before, but I didn't realize I didn't even know who she was when the song came out, dude. I was just bumping to it. I think it was like Picasso, baby. Yes, man. I'm not saying it.
It's that Boombonic Chronic. Sean G in the house, little Sean G.
Jeremy from Back to the Globe
out
yet?
here, out here calling heads lesbians and all that. Good for you, man. Good for you, Sean.
I hate that dude. He's so fucking annoying.
What a prick, man. I can't even listen to him.
The worst part is he felt like he had a point to say that all that time. It was just crap out of his mouth.
Bro, he's all
Like,
fluff, dude. There ain't nothing. He's like the inside of a Twinkie, bro.
so like, I talked to Demon Stride after that. I was like, I can't stand that shit where they pull. He literally came on. He pulled that MC Toon shit where like he just wants an audience and eyes to play his games, and it's just like, come on, man, that's fucking stupid. No one wants to hear that shit, except for his little fanboys in his chat.
I mean, he got caught out there. He said verticals can't be he said verticals can be perpendicular, but he meant to say parallel. He was all
Yeah,
fucked
you're on
up.
with that
I
for a
don't think
while.
he know. What's
That's
up?
because that's because he can't think. He's so into fucking uh, the drama side of it that he can't see what facts that he actually has. Fucking it's a waste of time.
And then he acted like verticals could be parallel if they were on top of each other, even though that would be the same line. I don't know, bro. Did you catch that part? When he said, oh, yeah, no, they can
Yeah.
be parallel. Because he knew he got
By
caught
that
out there
time,
when he said they could be perpendicular. It meant he couldn't be. I don't know.
no, that was the thing. He had went so long talking out his ass that when he did have something to say, he sounded stupid when he did it.
Yeah, I mean, that was all tactics. He fundy muted Bev so many times and just interrupted him. It was like constant. He would just constant interrupt. Like there was no modding whatsoever. That was horrible to listen to. Absolutely
Well,
horrible.
the problem is that when Craig goes over there, it's kind of like his event. So the mods are told, let him do it. Only come in if you need to. The problem is that he didn't come in there to have a discussion. He came in there to start that shit show and run with it. Because I told Demon Stride when Craig was like, "Hey, well, if you want to hear a good, respectful conversation, I'm gonna be doing it at the asylum next week." I'm like, "What the fuck? Like, you don't come here for that bullshit." Because like that's where I'm modding now. That's like the place that I'm trying to get going. I'm not fucking. I don't want to deal with his bullshit like that.
You're trying to get demon strides going, really, bro? You're fucking gay, bro.
Why? What's wrong with Demon
Seriously,
Stride?
you're a lesbian. That's all.
Fuck that, huh? Just a lesbian.
Just a lesbian. Dude, what do you mean what's wrong? Bro, I don't know. If that's what you want to do, go ahead. If that shit was popping, why do all them dudes listen to us on YouTube all fucking day?
What are you talking about? Wits is over there right now. Shut up.
Bro, I don't know what he's doing, but whatever.
He's literally there right now.
He's getting it popping over there right now, yeah.
No, they're just talking about some pathogen crap and hell.
Yeah, because we don't let that shit is gonna get shut the fuck down if you ask me. Because that's why once it's over there, we don't let the whole medical thing go wild over here. If they're running wild with the medical shit over there, they're gonna good luck getting it popping over there. There ain't even gonna be over there soon if they keep doing that shit.
That's the thing. Witsit is actually being extremely respectful with how he's doing it. He's not just talking out his ass, trying to get anybody in trouble. He's actually doing a good job.
So if you're trying to get it popping there, what are you doing here?
Another...
All them guys said they left because of Witsit. Bro, all them guys said they left because of Witsit.
I don't know. Fucking, I can't deal with Ed Freeze. Ed Freeze is a fucking another one of those assholes that shouldn't be fucking talking to
That's
people.
your boy. No, that's your boy. That's your
Hell no,
lesbian brother.
I so dislike Ed Freeze. It's insane.
That's your boy, dude. Don't front.
No,
So is
no
Fight the
way.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, my best friends, right?
Those are your people.
Them and
That's your people.
them and Pharma, Big Pharma, right? Those are my
Big
peoples.
Pharma, Big Oil, Fight the Flat Earth, and Ed Freeze. That's your peoples.
You know, your team
Fuck.
doors all day.
Yeah. So what's up?
When are you gonna be when are you going back to the globe? I heard it's gonna be soon.
Bro, do you know what I would have to see to go back? Like, you'd have to show some unbelievable shit at this point. It's not tangible. Give me some tangible evidence, and we're good. I'll be on it. I'll be on it tonight.
You gotta understand the evidence first.
I'll be on it by dinner. Would you have anything tangible?
Yeah, go outside.
What's up?
Go outside. Evaluate all the things that have been told you over the years, and really think about it this time.
Bro, you don't understand. Do you have anything tangible showing that it's a
Mm-hmm.
globe, proving it's a globe,
Yes,
geometrically?
yes,
Okay, what do you got?
yes.
All right, what do you got?
Construction, sunsets, you name it, buddy. It's there.
No, something tangible where we can
Yeah.
tangibly measure. No optical shit. Like, what do you got?
Okay. Define optical shit.
Looking at a sunrise or a sunset. I don't know what construction shit you're talking about. They all use horizontals, right? You know what rise over run is?
Yeah, that's not horizontals. That's level, and that is over a short distance. That has nothing to do with curvature.
Rise over run. Rise over run does absolutely not work on a globe. They absolutely are using horizontals, and it would not work on a sphere at all.
Why?
Because you don't know why rise over run when you're using horizontals
I want
to get an elevation profile.
I want you to tell me why. Because I want to know if you actually
Because
understand
if
what you're
your
talking about.
because if your elevation profile is curving on the globe, but we're using rise over run, which is using horizontals and getting elevation off of that, that doesn't even match. That's why it doesn't work.
Okay. Now, when you do those rise over runs like you're talking about, we'll say, let's do this over 10 miles. Okay. If we're doing this rise over run, that means basically what we're doing is we're setting up instrument and we're doing a run of, we'll say, 100 feet at a time. And what we're doing is we're checking elevation points over that run of 10 miles. That means we're going to do it in sections. And every time we reestablish a new area and continue on that 100 feet, that rise over run has an angle point from the original spot. And when you calculate that original spot to the angles at which you are at every 100 feet, that is a rise over run calculation that has to be then added in with curvature if you're going over that 10 miles like we're talking about. That's the only time you would have to witness that. If you're doing a construction site, which everyone keeps referencing as if it's used, it is not that far. Therefore, a rise over run and a curvature don't have anything to do with each other. Again, two different aspects of surveying, Jeremy.
Okay, what you said is completely wrong. There's no angles in their line. Use a horizontal
You don't
line.
know.
They start
Again,
out at.
there is.
Don't funny mute me, dude. Like Fight the Flat Earth does. Don't be a lesbian.
Oh, don't cry.
Don't be a
Anyway,
fucking lesbian, bro.
now,
Are you gonna be a
again,
lesbian? I'm just gonna back out. I don't do this.
okay, just back out then.
You're just gonna, because you're all gonna overtalk me the whole time. I let you. I patiently. I was
I'm trying to
painstakingly
get
let
you
you
to
finish your whole
understand that
thing.
something you're saying isn't right. But okay.
Dude, I painstakingly let you say your whole thing that I knew was incorrect, and now you're gonna funny mute me the first thing I say. All right, Sean.
Okay.
You're a lesbian.
Okay, buddy.
Fight the Flat Earth and Ed Freeze is your boy because you're all fucking lesbians.
Okay, sure.
Legit can't have a conversation. Sean G, impossible. He will rumpus the shit out of you every fucking time, dude. It's not even worth it. I've seen it happen so many times.
Was he always like this though?
He's one of the biggest overtalkers out here. Yes, he's always been like this for years now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just noticed him lately. I figured he got worse or something. Uh-huh.
No, he's been this bad forever. Like, even though he said something that was wrong, I painstakingly waited until he was done with his whole shit so that I could go interrupt it. Like, he doesn't give a fuck.
Yep.
They don't want our side to be heard. That's why they're always funding muting us. I was about to body him. Everything he said was wrong about. He brought up construction. I don't know what that would show. He said there was some kind of tangible shit in there, but
Okay.
he also said sunrises. These guys are a mess. They don't know what tangible means. I don't know.
Yeah. You know how it goes with these Globers, man. So the Marina Abramovich, you see, she get a. I don't know if she actually become it yet, but she get a like a prime minister of Ukraine or something. You recommend her as ambassador or something. You heard about that? Okay, Jeremy.
No, I don't even know who that lady is.
Oh, for real?
I mean, somebody was just talking about her. She's an artist.
Yeah, she's like the spiritual guide of a lot of celebrities, you know. So Lady Gaga and all these people, they go do rituals with her in the fucking forest, bro. Like near death experiences, all of that. She's been involved with some crazy shit. You should see her art, man. It's like it's the epitome of satanic art, basically. Am I using that word correct? What is that epitome? It's like the top of, yeah, perfect example. Yeah, the epitome of satanic art. But she do commercials with Bill Gates and stuff for Microsoft. Now she get this ambassador fucking thing going for her. Just another clue. There is a big empire and a butt mafia. You know.
What do you do if you don't like yourself? What do you do if you ain't got no mental health? What do you do if you don't like yourself? You can't find no help to make a soccer kid. Pretend to be somebody else. What do you do if you don't like yourself? What do you do if you got worries? You do. Mental health to make a soccer count. Pretend to be somebody else. What up?
Aaliyah, I had Aaliyah jamming, bro. I took it out of my headphones. She's sitting there trying to like sing with you and like dancing around.
Oh, don't let me stop. She don't pay nothing at the gas station. Don't give no tip for food. And why would she? She's Brenda. Oh, must be some tough. Oh, feel too good. Don't know what aisle to shop in. Not sure how many pills you take. Can't quite figure out these flags. On your Brenda. I'm rooting for you. I'm so much misinformation. Seems like they'll never know just how far away is the moonlight. Can you let it go? Oh no, no, no. Must be tough to get around. Down waiting at the bus station. Nobody come to I need my freaking loop pedal, man. I've been jamming out lately. I need the loop pedal though. Ah. Yeah, let me play that. Haven't had to play the rhythm guitar because that freaking loop pedal was so long. Yeah, hopefully the TV don't bug me. It's really too much. Too much. Too much. It's pretty dependent. Investigation to north to south, controller, navigation. I don't feel alright. And I don't feel alright. Going to bed with your satellites crashing down, crashing down. Too much. Yeah. Too much. Independent investigation into moon landing on your space station. That I don't feel alright. No, said I don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight with your satellite crash. Too much. Independent investigation. TJFK assassination. Said I don't feel alright. No. Said I don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight with your satellite crashing down, crashing down. Too much. Yeah. It's independent north to south, circumpolar navigation, 'cause I don't feel alright. No, said I don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight with your satellites come crashing down, crashing down. Ooh. It's been a while. Stretch the fucking cord down a little bit.
Fire. More, fire, more.
Thanks, brother. Makes me think what we spent. I'm a rebel, I tell you. I'm a rebel. Oh, let me get the key. I'm a rebel, I tell you. Oh, this is like a different tuning. My guitar's a little off. Let me see. How do we go? I'm a rebel, I tell you. I'm a rebel, I got lots of attitude. Oh, I'm not in the right key. I don't have my tuner, so it's all in a different key. Let me see. I'm a rebel, what to you? I'm a rebel, I got lots of attitude. I'm a rebel, what to you? I'm a rebel, what are you? I'm a rebel, I got lots of attitude. I'm a rebel, what are you? See, I've seen good days, seen bad nights. Never I go twice because they want me to have, want me to be nice. But all they never do is start to fuss and fight. And then they said we are wrong and that we could not be right. Beat down the people so riot them inside. Make so much rules but them so impolite. Give them another chance and they do it twice. I said, I'm a rebel. What are you? I'm a rebel, I got lots of attitude. I'm a rebel. What are you? So that's super nice. Seen sunset, but there are so many things that I ain't seen yet. Like a love in a school, in a government, said they teach us to trample with no regret. I said, so who is wrong when the working man gets full amount on his own paycheck? And then now everybody talking about the some respect. Well, who do you know? See when the bullet flex, the gunman and the trigger is a government sent. So we all are running now, the government vexed because they can't catch us all. Still perplexed. I am the people that they can't reject. I said, I'm a rebel. What are you? I'm a rebel. I got lots of attitude. I'm a rebel. What are you? I said resistance, go publicize resistance, then I open your eyes, resistance, then I free Palestine, resistance, resistance, then I go publicize resistance, said I better advertise resistance, then I go. Forgive me one second.
Hey, what's it? You there, bud?
What was that, bud? What was it about?
I was asking if Witsit was there.
I think he's around. He's around.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to ask him about his sister. I don't want to get too personal, but
We're just vibing on some music anyway.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Hold on, I got my little one over here. Hold on.
You made one, did you?
Yeah, what up, Larry? How you doing, brother?
Good, man. Doing great. How about you?
Oh, chilling, man. Yeah, I love that freaking that doc. I didn't get to fucking watching too much of it, but all that stuff about the language coming from like Arabic and shit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was weird, right?
That was cool.
Yeah, the coins was what got me. I was like, man, how is it that, all these coins are Arabic coins and there's no, like, local coins? And, with all the wars recently appearing to wage war on the old world, and a lot of this old world region seemed to be like where the Muslims are.
Yeah, it's interesting you were saying they like that they freaking converted a lot of like books and stuff from Arabic back to I mean I've heard of that before, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like even the Greek books, right?
Hmm.
Like the Greek books were like discovered in Arabic and then translated back to Greece and stuff, right?
Crazy.
Yeah.
And then the Irish are the Phoenicians, but history tries to hide that. And the Druids were dim boys, but the original Druids were Irish. And I'm looking at all this stuff and then tracing my lineage back and looking, and it's like, wow, this is like some crazy stuff. Like, and like to me, like race is like a made up thing, but haplogroups aren't. And I'm looking back at, like all these different like peoples, and it's like, wow, like we don't even know like the names of these peoples. Like we call them something else in history because all of our history comes from Rome. Like a lot of it, the winners write the war, write the history. So a lot of our history is just, yeah, we're the good guys. We smashed the bad guys, and this is what we call them now. Makes me really question everything at this point. You know what I really question? I wonder how Jim Panda feels about all these people leaving his religion and losing the faith in the globe. Wonder how that makes him feel at night while he's pulling his pork and eating his sandwich, shedding a tear for the globers who lost their belief.
You said he's eating pulled pork sandwiches.
Yeah, he always talked about eating pulled pork sandwiches. You didn't know that?
Larry, are people tipping good? I give the guy $5, bro. I mean, is that cool or like what's really good? I used to deliver pizzas. I know what it's like. I mean, I just don't know. Is $5 like good these days or
It
that's
is for
decent, ain't
me.
it?
Yeah, if I see
It's
$5,
good.
but I drive a Mitsubishi Mirage. If the guy's driving like a V6, I would say he needs more than 5. But if he's driving like a little four banger, 5 is sufficient unless you live like 10 minutes or 10 miles away.
Bro, I
If
can
you're,
get to the pizza shop in like probably with heavy traffic, like 3 minutes.
oh yeah, 5
Not
is tight.
far.
Yeah,
Not far.
definitely. Definitely
That's
5
with like
is good.
crazy traffic jams hitting every light, like 3-4 minutes tops. Yeah, $5.
Yeah, that's the most important things, like the size of your car or the engine and the distance, right? And time, right? All three of those things factored in. If you're 3 minutes away, 5 is sufficient. 7 is generous. Anything close or above 10 is just, you're making my day. You know, you paid for my gas for the whole day. Everything after this is just profit.
I mean, I've been doing DoorDash myself recently, and I mean, yeah, dude, tips are fucking huge, bro. Half my money comes from tips when I do DoorDash. Because they chop it up and show you where the money comes from. Like half is from DoorDash, and then the other half is from tips.
Well, I don't mean to brag or anything, but I got a sweet motorcycle and a very high-end computer. So,
So you're doing good for yourself. It's good. Good.
yeah.
I know all my DoorDash money is like extra money now. So like I was kind of tight. You know, it was tight. It's month to month. You live in check to check. But now with the DoorDash money, I'm actually able to like save money aside.
Yeah, I built this PC right when Bethesda was doing a deal with AMD, and it came with Starfield. I've been playing Starfield for a month, and I gotta say, man, that's a good game.
Is it like spaceships and shit?
Imagine like Skyrim in space, so No Man's Skyrim.
Wait, is that giant MMORPG one that's been going for like over a decade now?
Yeah, Bethesda's
No, that's
Skyrim.
called Eve.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a game that just came out, made by Bethesda. They're the ones that made the Elder Scrolls series, so Oblivion.
Oh, people love that. People love
Yeah,
those Elder Scrolls. Yeah.
yeah. So it's like you're in space, right? But you got like powers. So you can either like throw up fist and duke it out, fisticuffs, or you can get like a weapon, or you can get like machine guns or laser weapons. But you also got the force too at the same time. So there's like magic in your left hand and guns in your right hand, just like Skyrim. It's so good. Plus there's like the dog fights. in space. And of course, some people on the other server, they laugh at me. They're like, "You're a flat earther. Why are you playing this?" It's like, dude, do you think that like Elder Scrolls is like reality? Like,
Witsit got me playing this Zombie Waves game now. Fucker. I seen it. I was like, oh, zombies. I was like, let me get in that. And then now I just shoot zombies.
Yeah, dude, I just started playing Call of Duty Zombies again. I'm about to spend some cash on buying some new maps and shit, and it's all Wits's fault, all of it.
I know. I would have never touched this fucking zombie game if it wasn't.
To play Call of Duty Zombies, so I'm the root of the problem.
Okay, all right.
He needs to go back to the old maps, bro. They have the most predictive programming, like the OG maps. That's so much predictive programming.
From like what, PlayStation 3 or something?
What was that?
Was it the very first zombie? The very first zombies was that PlayStation 3?
That was World at War. Yeah, that was just Xbox 360.
Oh, okay,
I don't know. I use PS, but I think that is PS3. Yeah.
Yeah. Bro, those maps are fire. So, like, when the zombie apocalypse happens in the next week, y'all, we need to find like a place where we can make ammunition.
well, the thing about making, are you talking in real life?
Yeah, real life, man.
The thing about making ammunition is you need the ammunition parts. So if the ammunition runs out, the ammunition parts run out.
No, I feel you there. I agree. I get it. I'm just saying, like, whatever big homestead, that Rick's going to be running. Carl, I told you once. I told you 1,000 times. Get back to the house. No, but I can't wait. That's all I'm saying. So if he's right, I'll get a 30-06 and I'll post up and I'll be screaming at people when there's people coming, when there's either people or animals. So here's something we could talk about. Do we think the animals are going to be affected by this Marburg situation? Are animals going to be at all affected by this?
Yeah, I've been hearing about this Marburg shit for months now, and the whole zombie thing. What exactly is the? Because I hear Marburg and I hear zombies, and I keep hearing them brought up. But what is the actual like theory, or what the fuck is going on? Like, what is the thing about that?
Yeah, I can't really talk right now, but basically, so you can remotely activate nanoparticles by introducing electromagnetic frequencies, and it changes the permeability of the nanoparticles, so it'll release whatever's inside of it, and you can put different pathogens inside the nanoparticle, and it'll lay dormant until you introduce like 18 gigahertz, anywhere from 2 to 18 gigahertz, 1 minute pulses, is what they usually do. But anyway, it releases what's in it. So then there's just speculation, and that's what it is, speculation, that they could have put something like Marburg in there, since that's one of the pathogens that they had tested before with nanoparticle releasing, and they've signed a piece of legislation in 2021 about a Marburg pandemic.
Isn't Marburg pretty bad too? Like, don't you like cough up blood and shit out blood and stuff like that, or something? It's pretty horrific, right?
Yeah, you bleed from everywhere, and then you become like senile and aggressive and erratic, and it's got an 88% mortality rate.
Well, so that makes sense. So then the towers are not actually dangerous in and of themselves, but what you have in your body can be activated by the towers is essentially the plan, right? So if anyone doesn't have this body, the towers won't really.
Yeah, theoretically, yeah. And then I think for the pathogens to really work, they have to have a weak immune system, that's what the test said. Which is funny, right? Because now we see all these people being immunocompromised and stuff, right? So it's just a theory. I hope it's for sure not true at all, but it is scientifically possible. I have all the papers.
Well, I got an AR-10 and many other toys.
Nice, I have a KS4. I just got 1,000 rounds.
Would you get a KS what?
47.
have to look that up. I don't know what that is.
Basically, AR style AK.
Oh, AR.
AK-47 is such a good, reliable weapon.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, check out the KS-47. It's sexy. I'll send you guys a picture of mine. It's
So it takes 7.62 by 39.
Yep. Dude, the AK-47 was invented right after World War II and is being used till today. And the only reason we don't use it in America is because there isn't really a reason. It's just because Russians invented it and had it first.
Oh, there's lots of Americans with AKs. I used to have a Mac 90. It was like my favorite gun until I started shooting ARs. That thing is just a chopper, man. When you're shooting an AK, like you're like, oh, like you got body armor? That might work for the first 2 rounds. It just chops.
Yep.
I
Like
don't know. You ever seen it?
Go ahead, Jeremy. I'll go after.
You ever see that dragon skin body armor? That shit looks like it could hold up to a lot of fucking rounds, bro.
I think most body armor kind of breaks down around the velocity of the 5.56 and the AK rounds.
Yeah, so in Vietnam, the M16 wouldn't be able to go through trees and shit. So like the Viet Cong could hide behind a tree and be fine. But if you're an American soldier and you hid behind a tree and they shot the AK-47 at the tree, you were fucked.
Yeah, when I had both, I had a Smith & Wesson AR and a Mac 90, and I was shooting both of them at the range. And like from 50 yards away, which is, I mean, are you going to be defending yourself from like 300 yards? I doubt it. But from 50 yards away, like the groupings were like, a little bit off with the AK, but I was still getting headshots. They were just landing like near the eye rather than the AR. It was like landing like right there on the nose. But then again, I did have an old Mac 90 from like the 90s, so it may have been worn slightly. I didn't replace the barrel or anything, and that could explain it. But yeah, I really like those guns. If you ever get a chance to get a Mac 90, I mean that thing put a drum on it, 73 round drum. That thing is just a. And I didn't put any optics on the AK, even though it was like fully tacked out. I just used the iron sights and they just worked. I did put a scope on the AR-10 though.
You ever seen them Lapus?
How do you spell that?
LAPUA. It's like I forget the round. It's fucking ridiculous. It's a sniper rifle. It's fucking unreal. A buddy of mine had one. I was like, holy shit.
Is this a round or a rifle?
It's a make.
Okay.
It's a make, but it's like kind of like what is it, like a Lapua 3 something?
338
338, isn't it?
Yeah, Lapua. Yep. It's if I'm not mistaken, it's also the rifle too. Yeah, but it's a Lapua round, I guess, and rifle.
Nice. Yeah, after shooting the AR-10, sighting it in, I think I realized that I need a bipod. But the darn thing's so heavy, I'm just like, I can't put any more weight on it. That is such a big rifle.
Do you hunt, Hank?
No, but I want to.
Right on. I just got a turkey
Yeah.
yesterday.
Nice, very nice. Yeah, that's why I got that gun. I was like, I could get a deep freeze, or I could get a gun. I'm gonna get the gun.
Yeah, you guys have like a weird to us, I guess, time wise. Like deer, like hunting season, right? Like the rut is like a weird time of year or something, right? Do you know?
Yeah, it's like when it starts getting cold right around Thanksgiving, hunting season starts.
Oh, okay, cool. When I know, or I don't know, I was actually listening to there's a podcast. This guy was like a fucking notorious poacher in Texas. And I guess there's like a big ranch that like they fucking have all these deer and like you got to pay to like get in and all the rest of it. And these guys used to poach the fuck out of it. The guy he did his podcast, and they used to use a Magnum 22 round.
Yeah, with a whitetail, if you're a really good
Yeah,
shot,
yeah,
you
yeah.
literally can take out a whitetail with a 22.
Well, yeah, but they use a Magnum. But yeah,
It's not humane, but it's doable.
well, I think the Magnum works somehow. Like it works better, especially with headshots.
Yeah, if you get like right behind the ear, yeah, it's
Right, and
doable.
this guy, and I guess his buddy, and dude, he does this cool podcast, and it's somewhere out in Texas, dude. I wish I knew where it was and what the fuck it was, but the guy talks about it, and I you know I don't know the name of the place, but it's some huge fucking ranch that they like wouldn't let people hunt, and they were like, "Fuck you." They were always being like trying to like all the tricks of how he was getting on their land and getting off the land, and like how fucking savage these motherfuckers were. Not that I recommend poaching, but it's just you know some ultimate fuck the government shit.
Yeah, I would think it would be wiser just to go out to West Texas. Like if you're gonna poach, because apparently that's not enough deer for you. Like go out to West Texas. They have different laws out there because of the population density of mankind, and there's like way different laws over there to where if you're not happy with that, like go fishing or something. What the fuck, bro? Like that's way too much deer for like one
Dude,
family.
dude, here in Hawaii, we have an island, Kauai, that has an overpopulation of deer, and the government will pay you
I was
for
about to
dead.
bring that up. Yeah, you can go kill all the deer you want in
Yeah, that's
parts of
fucking
Hawaii.
awesome. And they pay you to do it.
Yeah, I think it's like they pay you a certain amount every 100 deer you kill or something like that. Ridiculous. But the
Really?
island is like nobody fucking lives on that island. There's no predators on the island, so the deer population is just absolutely rampant.
Well, if nobody lives there, why do they give a fuck how many deer there is?
They eat
Like
everything on the
people
island,
live.
probably.
People live. Okay, let me take that back. People live there. There's just a very
All
small
right.
population of people
No
there.
doubt.
Yeah, I got a buddy that goes and he hunts like fucking like residential areas, like fucking, like he's like it's the weirdest thing, like taking a deer in like suburbia. Do you know what I mean? Like having the permission to take the deer wherever. You know what I mean? And it's crazy. I'm always amazed at like certain states like bag limits and stuff because like some guys you have to earn a buck. Like some places you have to like kill a doe before they'll let you take a buck. And like some places it's like fucking like 5 a day you can take like something
Yeah,
stupid.
we're limited on how many doe we can take down here. Like I think it's like one doe, and then I have to look up the laws, but you're not allowed to take a lot of does here.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Well,
Like
it makes
some places it's like, yeah, no, you got to take like 5 doe and then you can take a buck. Like, damn, something stupid. I don't think it's that bad, but you have to like some states are like earn a buck, which is completely backwards to where I'm at.
Go on home, angry Glover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? 400 years, we'll fight you without fears. We'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, angry Glover, if you stay, you will never beat flat earth with what you say. So go take the ferry, the curve it has been buried. Piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, angry Glover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fear. We'll fight you for 400 more. Go on home, angry Glover, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fear. Fight you for 400. If you rage, angry Glover, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, angry Glover, go on home. You got no fucking home of your own. For 400 years, fight you without. Go on home, angry Glover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? Go on home, angry Glover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fear.
Thank you, Issa. I love it.
Oi. I dig that tune. Snacks. Got your sacks? Wow. She'll take you home and your stars away. She'll take you home. She walks among us in the rain. You can tell there'll be sunshine again. She'll take the food right from your plate. She'll steal the crumbs that you want to save. She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles, so many miles away. She'll take your moon and your stars away. And when she thinks about how it's going round, it's only be an opportunity, even other with some mystery down the road to misery. Leave a little bit of fantasy, cause that's really what it seems like to me. Should take your moon and your stars away. So many miles away. Should take your moon and your stars away. Take your moon and your stars away. When your baby looks so nice, they'll even want to come and ask your price. When you're lost on the avenue of broken dreams and attitudes, they'll even want to change your face. And at that point, baby, what's left to fake? Should take your moon and your star. Check it out, man. Turn it in music. So many miles, so many miles. You take your moon and you stop. You take your moon and you stop. Away. You take your moon and you stop. Not today. You never take my moon and my star. Not today. You never get my moon and my star. Well, I mean, a lot of difficulties going on over here. Oh, thank you, Mom.
You got backup singers, man? Oh, no.
Oh, you know it, man. You know it, the best around, best in the business. I got a hype crew, you know. Yeah, you
Sing
heard
it
that? She said
nice.
that. She said away. You heard that shit?
Yeah, I did.
Right?
She knows your tunes, man. Lightly and politely. You know, you want that audience demographic.
Oh, that's nice. Lightly and politely. I like that a lot. That's a good saying. Lightly and politely. That's beautiful. Yeah, I hope it's coming through. Shoot, man. Sometimes, like, I feel like I get clipped off, or I don't know when it. Like, I don't know. It's nice though. Actually, I got the fucking might be able to get back to doing some of the loop pedal with the electric shit. Just one spot I got. Might try to do some of that. Not today, but it's cool to just fucking jam out. I haven't played the skits in a minute.
I wonder if there's like a Discord setting for like that allows like multiple like audio signals to come through at the same time. Because I think if we actually did try to like duet, if you will, that this shit would just sound like terrible. I think we did try it. I didn't listen back. I didn't have the heart to listen back, but
Yeah,
I'm curious
I don't know.
happened.
I think it does clip each other out, but that's why I always felt like your limit is like maybe 2 people. That's about it.